Hello! Mikezilla with the Prime sub before I even switch scenes. Hello, hello! Thank you for the Prime sub. How's everyone doing? We got some exciting stuff today. At least for me personally, as someone who's into this kind of stuff. Today I'm going to be walking you through, and we'll make this a video on lost saves as well. I'm going to be walking you through soft modding on the PlayStation 2 with two different ways you can do it, depending on what you want from it, as well as we might mess around with the PCSX2 2.0 emulator. If 4K isn't working for you, you need to be in Google Chrome or enable the WMF HEVC flag in Firefox. It won't work in Edge or most other browsers. I think someone said it worked for them in Safari, but most people don't. Some mobile apps it will work in, some it will not. So, we're going to take an SSD. I'm using a 2 terabyte that we have plugged into the computer, and I'm going to walk you through the old school way of doing this, which is the more reliable way at the moment. There is a way in which I don't have the flag on hand. We say it every stream. It's a WMF HEVC enabled flag in Firefox. I don't know the exact flag for it, but you can probably Google it. There is a new sort of build of the way to run games that lets you format your SSD as exFAT, which means you can just plug it into any computer, drag and drop your games on, and it will work. However, that does not have the up-to-date version of OPL and OPL is the game launcher on PS2. We'll talk about it. I did not prepare. Hold on. The newer versions of the game launcher will integrate with the MemCardPro and allow you to basically have brand new memory cards for each game if you want, which is super useful for keeping everything separate and not bothering to manage your blocks or whatever, and to make it super easy to manage on your computer. The version that supports that does not support exFAT. So the first way I'm going to format two SSDs. So we're going to do my 2 terabyte main one. I'm going to manually do the PS2 partitions, and I'm going to show you how to do that. And then after we do it the hard way, I am going to show you how to do it the easy way with exFAT, but you miss out on the MemCardPro features. We will answer a quick chat question here. Can you explain the enhanced broadcasting and if it currently supports 1440p or not? It does not for the public. I already have 2 very in-depth videos about Twitch Enhanced. I highly just recommend you watch those because they're very involved, and I don't see the point of me trying to replace those videos with a live stream version. So I will link those videos here real quick if I can find the dang original one. Here we go. So this is where I explain Twitch Enhanced itself, and this is where I explain where it's going so that you can see the kind of stuff that I'm testing and why they're doing it. Twitch Enhanced is a new pipeline for streaming to Twitch, wherein the streamer itself, his or herself, does all the transcoding. That way, streamers who don't get transcoding on Twitch can get transcoding, which is huge for the viewer experience, and so obviously Twitch can probably save on costs, but it does have the benefit when it's working right of reduced latency and higher quality on those transcodes. Because typically, if you're streaming to Twitch, you send them what, a 1080p 6 megabit per second stream. Twitch takes that already compressed feed and squishes it down to the lower quality versions. Ends up looking like garbage. When you do all the transcoding yourself, you're taking the raw video feed each time and streaming 1080p, 720p, 360p, 480p, whatever. And so you get much, much higher quality on the lower resolution ladder, and you get some lower latency. And obviously, again, it'll save Twitch money and help get transcoding out to everyone, which is really important. And as they introduce new codecs, like right now the 4K copy of the stream is in the HEVC codec, as they introduce new higher efficient codecs, then you get to stream in 4K or 1440p once they start introducing that. The primary beta that is available to the public / the private beta is only testing H.264 and 1080p right now. I am in a very closed off group, brute force kind of testing HEVC, which is a higher efficiency codec, in 4K and 1440p streaming, because there's a lot that still needs worked on, so it's not something most normal people do. Wouldn't that be more resource intensive for the streamer? Absolutely, it is. For normal 1080p and lower streams, you're not really going to notice it too much. It will add load, but like you're not going to notice it too much. But once you start doing the 4K version, at least in my experience so far on this rig, it gets really intense. And so we're still working out the details of trying to figure out why that is. All right, let's jump into some PS2 soft modding. So I am going to be walking you through a written guide for this, but I've been making these videos for years, and every time there's something new or a better way to do it, and I think this is like the final way for the old school way. Like I said, there's going to be 2 ways we do it. I think this is the best method for the old school way of doing it. So you will need a few things. You'll need a hard drive or an SSD that you're going to plug into your PlayStation 2. You need a PlayStation 2. You need the expansion bay that has the networking and the SATA port, and they sell specific ones with SATA ports. You'll need that for your PS2. So I will grab mine real quick. Where did it go? So you can actually modify the original, love the shirt, thank you. You can actually modify the original PlayStation Network adapters to replace the IDE ports with the SATA ports. That way you can maintain the networking. But I just have a generic, like, what brand is it? GameStar one that no longer has the networking pins, which sucks, but I don't really use it. But does have SATA, so I can use a modern SATA SSD. And I choose SSDs not because there's really any benefit when you're gaming. The games will perform just the same. We are bottlenecked to what was an IDE connection. But because of latency when scrolling through a very long game list when you're on your PS2 and loading the cover art and everything like that, as well as just the headache of transfer times, copying games from your computer. Because the total PS2 library is like a little more than 4 terabytes, I want to say. And with this old school method, you can only use up to 2 terabytes of a drive. But copying that much data over like a slow IDE hard drive or even a modern SATA hard drive is a nightmare. So I go with SSDs for that. They're affordable enough that it makes sense these days. So it helps a little bit with loading and just latency and all of that. So you'll need SSD, expansion bay, and a PlayStation 2, and then a way to connect the SSD to your computer. Broadly speaking, if you can, and you have the know-how and whatever, if you have a desktop and can do a direct SATA connection to your computer, you're going to have a better experience. I have just a basic SATA to USB-C dongle, and that's working fine for me. But for the second way with exFAT that I'm going to tell you about, that can cause problems. So you need that, but you don't need like there are other ways to run game backups on your PlayStation 2, like a free boot memory card and then a USB hard drive, although loading times for that is pretty horrible. Then there's the MX4 SIO, which is a memory card that has a micro SD card slot. The memory card actually has faster speeds than the USB 1 ports on the front of the PlayStation. So this works, or you can use free boot and then load up games over a FireWire drive if you can find those these days. But these require you to buy additional software that you're running, and then you're eating up a memory card slot either way. I don't like doing it this way. It's a totally legitimate and fine way to go, and if you have a PlayStation 2 Slim, these are going to be your only real ways. These are for PS2 Fats. I like running it so I can just put my SSD in any PlayStation 2, and it's going to boot it up and run all the custom software without me having to do anything else. I don't have to do anything. Jumping back one last time real quick. With Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, will they up the bitrate? So currently the bitrate for 4K is 12 megabits per second. And again, that's HEVC, which is already more efficient than H.264. And then 1440p is like 8 or 10, I think. So yes. But yeah. All right. So to do this, like I said, I'm going to be walking you all through an existing guide here that came with the free HDD boot people, I think, have been working on this. So I'm going to post that link up in chat, and then we're going to switch over to the desktop here so I can show you what that looks like. So we're going to do PC gaming. Yeah. So in this guide, you're going to need to download a bunch of stuff. You need to download the HDD raw copy tool. You need the image that already has wlaunch elf, which is a program to basically navigate files and folders on a PS2 hard drive. So this is a hard drive image, a hard drive imager program. Andy with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. So there's a raw hard drive copy program, a raw hard drive image, and then you will need these two things, the free HDD boot installer and wlaunch elf, to put on a flash drive. So I did actually leave off one thing. You will need a USB flash drive and FAT32 as well. So I've already downloaded all this. You're going to download all of these things and start organizing them before you go anywhere else. So I have my flash drive plugged in here. It's named Windows 98 because I was using this old flash drive for Windows 98, but it's just a basic 4 gigabyte FAT32 flash drive. So I'm gonna go ahead and open that up. And then I have all my downloads in a folder here. So the raw hard drive image is this mbr.raw file. We need that. And then we need the HDD raw copy program, which is going to take the SSD we have plugged in and image it with this hard drive image. And the cool thing about these PS2 images is, for the most part, it doesn't matter what size your hard drive is, it's going to recognize it. So my SSD is this 2 terabyte SATA SSD, which is currently formatted as exFAT, but it's going to overwrite all of that. So get any data off the SSD, and it's going to overwrite that with this image. So we're going to run HDD raw copy. Was Windows 98 able to handle 4 gigabyte drives? Yeah, totally. My old Windows 98 PC I had as a child, we upgraded to a 4 gigabyte internal drive for the boot drive. Worked fine. It was a Hot Wheels PC, by the way. So we run this program. I'm using the portable one so I can keep everything portable. You have to find your exact SSD, which can be intimidating with all this going on, and I have a whole bunch of drives on here. But I know it's a 2 terabyte drive. I know it's over USB, and I know it's a Crucial, and so that's the model. So it's that one right there. So we select our drive that we're imaging. Oh no, go back. Okay, I had that backwards. Sorry. It's been a couple years since I've actually done this. I used to do this pretty regularly. I had a whole separate workflow I was working on a video on during the pandemic, and all of the updates made it completely redundant, so we're doing it now. For this one, you're selecting the source. So that is the hard drive image, because this program lets you like clone drives and whatever. For this one, we're selecting the source, in which case this is the image we want to put on the drive. So I'm going to choose double click to open file, and that is where we're going to choose the mbr.raw. Continue. Then we're going to choose our drive as our target. Continue. And then we're going to tell it to image the drive. And it's like, hey, this is going to destroy your drive. Are you sure? Yes. And it's like a 500 kilobyte file, so it's only going to take a second. Get yourself a drink. Let it go for a moment. I don't actually know why it's still going. Hard drive imaging is a weird process, because basically with this kind of program, you can take an image that you build of whatever size and then expand it out to the full size of the drive, especially when it's like proprietary file systems like the PS2 one. So like my original flow, I don't know where my image is. I think I have it in a Dropbox, but I'm not going to pull it up right now. I had a like 3 gigabyte image, a compressed hard drive image that was built on a 60 gigabyte SSD. But then you could apply that image to a 2 terabyte hard drive and still use the whole space of the drive, which is bonkers. But I want to show you how to... Oh, it does say error. You're right. Cannot write to target aborting. Huh. That's not good. I'm too busy talking and trying to explain things. Okay. So we need to figure out why that's not working. At offset 0. That doesn't tell me anything. We're going to try to run it again. The guide did say it may fail the first time. Boom. Yep. All right. So something about the way the drive needed to be reformatted. It fails the first time, does it the second time, gives you speed, gives you sectors, and then you will notice in your this PC that drive is gone because it's formatted as the PS2 one. We can right click, go to manage disk management and look at it real quick. You can see here it wants to initialize it because we've now formatted it and imaged it in a way that Windows just absolutely does not recognize because it's for PlayStation 2. So do not click, like if you go to check it out, do not click anything here. Just hit cancel. You do not want to initialize it. We just want to see that it's like, hey, I don't know what's going on here. And it should be fine. So we're going to close this PC. We're going to eject. We can't even eject it because Windows just truly just doesn't think it works. That's fine. All right. So next we need to put some stuff on your USB drive. So we need the FreeMcBoot installer, which is going to be this folder. And really you just need that one. But there are a lot of things here. We'll check out the readmes just in case we need anything to keep in mind. I don't think so. Blah, 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 blah. There is one for the exFAT stuff here, but we're not messing with that right now. And then it has all the folders that it's going to install from. So you basically just take all of this, just take the whole folder, copy it to your USB drive. And then I'm going to go ahead and save a step here. And I have already downloaded some themes for OPL, the game manager we're going to be using. And I got those from PSX Place. And then I have also already downloaded the cover art for basically every game. And that's available in an Internet Archive. I said that twice. That's fine. And I went ahead and downloaded those. We're going to want to copy those to our drive after a bunch of steps. But I'm going to go ahead and copy these now. So theoretically, I do not need to plug the USB drive back into my computer. So I'm going to copy those as well. That's about 2 gigabytes, which is why I have a 4 gigabyte drive, because the art takes up a lot of space. We're going to let that start copying. And then you want one more thing to download that is not in this link. And that is, of course, the updated version of OPL, which is Open PS2 Loader, which is the application that manages all your games. So I'm going to paste a link to that in chat as well. What's up, Jay Brucifer? We are soft modding a PS2 old school style. And you're going to want to download the Open PS2 LD V120 Beta 2104 right here. They're updating the beta constantly, but that's the one you want. 7-zip, open up that archive, and you just want the Open PS2 Loader blah 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 .elf. We're going to rename it and delete everything after the letters. And we're going to copy that over to our drive here. This is because the FreeMcBoot installer that we're going to use is going to use an older version of OPL, and we need to replace the .elf files you're seeing here are basically executables. They're like .exe files. We're going to replace the old one with this one. Copying 2 gigabytes of files to a really slow USB 2 flash drive is going to take a while. So we're maybe not going to do this step right now. We've gotten some, so I can show you how this works, but yeah, I don't... After the themes are done copying, I think I'm going to cancel this, and we're just not going to copy all the art right now, because I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time. Is it just preference, or is the MemCardPro better than using virtual cards in OPL? So, if you're unaware, OPL, the game launcher, can manage virtual memory cards, which is really powerful, really cool. You can basically make unlimited space memory cards and swap between them and whatever. The MemCardPro is a more tangible device that you can move between PlayStations. You have a micro SD card that you can then copy the files directly on your computer without opening up anything else, and it can auto-switch memory cards based on games. I just like having the device. If you want to manage the virtual memory cards in OPL, you totally can. But to me, that workflow just feels less tangible and less real. And as much as I'm doing all this soft modding stuff, I like having my real games and my real stuff. It makes it a lot easier when I'm trying to do the thing in terms of having the experience. All right, it has finished copying the themes, and now it's copying some of the covers. We're gonna let it copy a couple, but I'm not gonna bother like doing all of them right now because it's just gonna take a while. We'll do that in the background after we've done the main steps. So we've got our FreeMcBoot installer, we've got our themes, our cover art. You're going to want to take the time to do that. And then our ELF file here. But we're missing one more thing that we need on the drive. Where did it go? We are missing the WLaunch ELF ISR. I don't know where this went. I had it. Oh, it's just boot.elf. So we need a new boot.elf here, which is the WLaunch ELF, which is a file manager program. And this is what is going to boot by default off your SSD. So I'm going to copy that to the flash drive as well. Once all that is copied, you can safely remove and disconnect your drives from your computer. And you're going to make sure there's no power running to the PlayStation 2. Connect your SSD to your expansion module. Plug that into the back of the PlayStation. Plug your flash drive in and power it up. I'm going to grab the SSD I'm actually using in my flash drive real quick, which is under my desk. Always awkward. Ugh. All right, we're going to flip on my RetroTink. We are going to switch scenes here. And of course, I did add a scene. Boom. And we're going to power on the PlayStation. Now, again, this is an unmodded PlayStation. There's no memory cards in. We do not have any mods existing already installed. I'm going to find my controller in my sea of mess. And you can see here, it immediately boots directly into Launch Elf, which is the file manager. This is because the majority of PlayStation FATs are able to just immediately run boot code from the hard drive. There are a couple specific models that run it from the EEPROM instead of the hard drive, and so you got to do a little bit of workaround. But most of the PlayStation 2 FATs will just run whatever you install to the hard drive, which is obviously a massive security vulnerability, but it allows us to do this. So I'm going to press circle to explore the drive, and I am going to forget to pull up my guide over on this monitor, so I'm going to pull that up real quick. So, we are here. This is a small image purely of running the Launch Elf. This is not the full fat drive image that we want. Now we are going to format the hard drive. So we're going to navigate to our flash drive, which is the mass folder here. I'm going to hit circle. And now we are going to run the boot.elf, which is our new ulaunch elf executable. Boom. And this time we are running the application from our flash drive rather than from the hard drive. And this is very important because we're about to format the hard drive within the PlayStation. What's up, Finite? You think it's being blocked? What's being blocked? Can you not see what I'm doing? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Okay, I can show you here. Let me just... I see. We'll do... Oh, no! Let me group these sources. I'll do this for a minute. The file browser. Okay, now you can see. So you've got access to both memory cards, and this is the kind of program you'd use to pull your saves off your memory cards and put them on a flash drive if you don't have a MemCardPro. You've got access to the hard drive, to the CD. You've got access to networking, mass storage as USB drives or FireWire drives, and so on. So we went to the flash drive and ran this version of Launch Elf, which is now operating in memory purely from the flash drive because we're then going to turn around and format the hard drive. So now we're going to go to the MISC folder, which has a lot of debug tools and the like. We're going to open up the hard drive manager program. I'm going to hit circle. It's going to load it up. And this is a partition manager built into the PlayStation here, running from these programs. But like, it's as someone who's spent his entire life basically running like gparted for Linux hard drive managers and whatever, seeing this on a console is just like weirdly beautiful. I don't know how to explain it. So this is our hard drive. You can see here it reads the full 2 terabytes. We've got 1907584 megabytes. We're only using 128 megs. Like, the fact that we're seeing 2,000 gigabytes on a PlayStation 2 is pretty cool. All right, so we're going to hit R1 to pull up the menu, and we're going to go to Format. Format entire hard drive, destroy all partitions. Yes. It's going to format the hard drive. And this is going to take just a minute, I'm pretty sure. HDD formatted. And boom. Now we have some folders on our PlayStation. We've got MBR, network, system, conf, common. We're going to hit R1 again, and we're going to create a partition. We're going to call this one plus OPL in all caps, and this is going to be for where our games go. So plus OPL, and the program looks for this partition for your games, so we have to name it that. Click OK, and it's going to ask to input the partition size. Now, if your hard drive is smaller than 750 gigabytes, you have to do 768. But since we're larger, we can do 1024 or 1536. As far as I understand, and this could be where we mess up, because this has always confused me about the PlayStation file system. As far as I understand, this makes a base partition, and then as we fill it up, it can still expand. As I understand it. This is the first time I'm doing it fully this method. I used to use older programs to format the drive directly on the computer and whatever. But as I understand it, this is fine. And it will, as we add games, it will just fill up. I could be totally wrong. We can actually do R2 to add. Oh, look at that. So that's 50 gigabytes. But see, we can only go up to 128 gigabytes. So I'm pretty sure we do what the guide says. And do. Oh no. 1536. Expandable file system. If PS2 had this, it was way ahead of its time, or is it the launcher that brings this? I don't know. Like I said, this has always broken my brain. Because we can use the full 2 terabytes of this drive for game storage. But even the program itself only shows us 128 gigs as addable to our partition here. But I know that it works. I hate not knowing. I hate not understanding. All right, so we should hit circle for OK. Create new partition. New partition created. Boom. So now we have the folders in the main partition as well as the plus OPL partition. Now we should be able to go back to the menu, open up the file browser. We're going to go back to our USB drive, and we're going to go to the FreeMcBoot installer. And we're going to run the fmcb installer.elf executable. Boom. Now this is going to run a whole installation program for installing the custom firmware, which is called FreeMcBoot, or in this specific application, Free Hard Drive Boot. And install it. Maybe it did not work. It says to wait until the menu loads. Yeah, I don't think it ran. Interesting. All right, we're going to relaunch our PlayStation. I would not have expected this to be the point we get hung up at, because this is like the easy part. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So we are not running FreeMcBoot at all now. We are not running custom firmware at all. Interesting. I wonder why it didn't run. Because that means I have to re-image the drive real quick. Okay, we can do that. We're going to try this one more time, and if not, I have a workaround. So I'm going to power off my PS2. We're going to re-image the drive. Yeah, I have a memory card with pre-made boot. I'm just trying to do the tutorial, since I'm going to do a video on it, without having to use that. Because by using the memory card, I could just boot back into it and then try to rerun the installer. But I want to see if I can nail the process for the video. So we're going to do HDD raw copy again. I'm going to choose that MBR raw. Continue. We're going to go to our 2 terabyte drive. Thank you, Imperial Crosshair. Hope you're doing well. Continue. Start. Yes. Complete. Did it right the first time. Great. We're going to put it back in our PS2. Oh, wait. I feel like the guide may have said something about this too. Hold on. There's a small chance it won't work the first time. For those models, software execution is controlled by configuration on the EEPROM. Well, no, because we did. It did work. Well, we'll try. So plug this back in. Switch our scenes back. We're gonna try this. I've read through the manual like 3 times, Finite. Okay. Alright. So this part works. We're gonna boot into the boot. We're gonna boot into the boot into the boot. We're gonna browse to MISC, hard drive manager. We are going to format the drive. Because formatting, so obviously the image that we image the drive with formats it in a way that the PS2 reads it. But there is a lot of discussion in the forums that when you do it this way, even with like the pre-made images with all the stuff on it already and whatever, like it causes issues down the line or can prevent certain games from working or whatever. And that the best way to format it is directly in the PS2 like this. I don't know. We're going to create that partition. Plus, it was just plus OPL with no underscores, right? All uppercase, yes. OPL. Input partition size. 1536. Okay, yes. It's going to do that. My brother broke my PS3. I am very sorry to hear that. We're going to go back to the menu file browser. Navigate to the flash drive. Into the free McBoot installer folder. And just to be certain, that is not where the installer is. That's just the stuff it's supposed to copy. So we're going to attempt to run this executable. It could be this. This could not be working, in which case we just got to put it back on our flash drive. The problem is, if it doesn't work and boots us back to the menu again, we got to re-image the hard drive all over and start again. So I'm going to attempt to run it one more time. Yeah, I'm going to run it. It attempts to run the code. I don't think I did it. Nope. Fudge. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So. That's not helpful. All right. one more time, I'm going to copy the files to the folder. If that doesn't work, I will pull up a free McBoot memory card and we can just do it that way. I feel like you try running the installer before format as troubleshoot. You're right. Okay, we'll do that. Just to be safe, I am absolutely going to recopy the installer to my flash drive just in case. Check. Okay. This freaking system. I didn't touch anything having to do with that USB cable, but whatever. All right, so what I was saying was, yes, Free McBoot can enable that, but it can't enable that if it can't run in the first place. But the fact that we can run from the hard drive with the original image says to me that that's not our problem. Something I was going to say is we are going to re-download the installer from the GitHub. And then I'm going to rename the folder. Sorry, I'm reading the GitHub where it has the installer. I'm going to rename the folder without all the extra characters. So I'm going to download the zip straight to the flash drive. Okay. So we have this. But see all the extra date and stuff on the folder? That can cause... Oh, that might have been something. Hold on. We just got, maybe Windows Defender interfered. Plow. Yep. Windows Defender may have broken it. Allow on device. Okay, so we have to download a third time. It may have just deleted something. Can't trust those dark elves. Alright, so... once it re-downloads here. Alright. So there's a whole bunch of extra characters in this folder title, which a lot of older file systems and computers and whatever struggle with really long directory names. So I am going to just leave it named Free McBoot Inst. See if that helps. Thanks, KP Cinti. Have a great rest of your day. So we're going to re-image our drive one more time. We are going to run with the new copy of the ELF, see if it helps. If not, we'll use the memory card. All right, boom, done. Where'd my network adapter go? Right in front of me. Do I still have a microphone? I do. Great. Okay. Trying this again. Boots into this. Run it from the flash drive. And we are going to do that troubleshooting step. We are just going to straight try to run the installer now and see what happens. If that doesn't work, there are older versions. Okay. So it works from here. So we know this works. Interesting. I am not familiar with what the DTL exploit is. Is that for PlayStation 2? I may have heard of it, but I don't. By name, that doesn't sound familiar. Alright, so we know launching this works. So it's possible there's an issue after we format the drive that it can't run it anymore, which is like nonsense to me, but since it has to switch programs, it is very possible. So we launch into here, file browser. Nope. MISC, hard drive manager. I'll look it up in just a sec. Format, yes. It's crazy that it can format a 2 terabyte drive so quick on such an old system. Like, that's crazy. Excuse me. Create. Plus Opal. $15.36. Yep. All good there. All right. Pre-make boot installer, which worked 30 seconds ago. Balls. It really can't run it from here. Why is that? Okay, so this is the part I will add into the video. If you encounter this step, your next step would be to find a PS2 memory card, empty it, and then you're gonna image the drive and run the FreeMake boot installer before you reformat the drive, and install FreeMake boot to the flash or to the memory card instead. And then you can run it from the memory card and install it to the hard drive. I don't like that. I don't want it to be that way. Was it the installer you ran the first time? I ran the ELF the first time and it ran, and then we formatted the drive and now it won't run the ELF. I don't know. I don't know why. I think it's because there isn't... Oh my god, I think I know why. If so, that's not a step in the guide, and I'm gonna be really mad. I think I know why. I need to re-image my drive one... No, I don't. Hang on. I am gonna pop my FreeMake boot memory card wherever I just set it. FreeMake boot memory card. I'm gonna pop that in. We're gonna look at something real quick. I think I know why it's not, like, if it's the problem I'm thinking of, I think I know why it's not working. This is gonna be really dumb if so. Alright, so if we go to you launch ELF, I want to browse my FreeMake boot memory card real quick. So that's MC0. There's a boot folder. Yeah, so I think there's a missing step in the guide. I think we still need a boot folder in the formatted drive that has W or U launch elf to run. I think we need to copy that over so that whenever it does that weird boot cycle to try to run the FreeMake boot installer, it has that. So we're going to reformat the drive again. I think that's what it's missing. Because when we format the drive, it deletes any of the executables because it just formatted it as a PS2 drive. It didn't install the homebrew on. That's obviously what the FreeMake boot installer was for. I'm thinking that's it. Because, like, whenever it tries to run that installer, I guess it's booting back into the PlayStation and being like, hey, what do I boot from? And it just takes you to the browser because it is just a stock PlayStation at that point with a hard drive in it. There's no firmware, there's no custom software on the hard drive after we format it. Formatting deletes the source it runs from. That's the thing. We're running from the flash drive at that point. I could be wrong. This could not work, but I really feel like it is. Because whenever it's trying to run the elves, it feels like it's checking back to the PlayStation. I'm just looking for whatever would make the difference. Whatever is different before we format it to after. Because it works before we format it. There we go. Alright, so we're here. We're gonna run... So this is the boot.elf that we're running from the flash drive. But I think in order to run any custom apps, it's checking whatever it's supposed to run by default, which is this version right here. But this version is running off of the drive. And when we format the drive, it goes away. That's the whole reason we're running it again from the flash drive. I'm just thinking if it's like a traditional executable environment. So we're going to run this again. If so, that's a huge missing step from the guide, and I'm glad I'm doing this like real time. All right, file browser. All right. So we're going to format the drive and not quit out of this. I just got to figure out where the boot folder goes. Actually, we should navigate that first. Okay, let's do that. File browser. Hard drive. There's nothing on it. Yeah, free HDD boot has been the way I've done it for literally 10 years now. I think 2014 was my last tutorial on it. To me, it's the best way. It just is super jank if you want to set it up with modern tools. All right. So there is nothing. There is something on the hard drive. That's what I don't understand. It's not seeing the MBR folder. That's weird to me. Okay. Maybe it's because we're... Can we exit this version? No, you can't exit this once you're in it. Fudge. Return. Alright, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out where... Because there's that folder. Can I browse the folder? No. That's fine. We'll try it here. Format, yep. Because when we format it, it deletes the W launch elf that we imaged onto it. It puts in the standard PS2 folders. As we can see here. We've got MBR, net, system, sysconf, and common. We're going to make a new partition just to go in and knock this out in case it works. Plus opal. Yep. Got it. All right. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. File browser. Hard drive. There we go. There we go. System, net, sysconf, common. I wish I had a correctly imaged PS2 drive that I could browse right now. Where does the boot folder go? I need to look this up. I'm gonna find this. This is it. I think this is it. Where is boot folder on PS2 hard drive? Oh, shut the fuck up, bot. No one wants your free viewers. You're not sorry for bothering me. I'm sorry mommy never loved you. Ban. Alright. Anyway. Where does the boot folder go? I think we can find this. Plus OPL. Oh, this says to run it from a memory card. This other guide says to run it from a memory card. I don't know that I would do that, though. Interesting. I guess, yeah, the what I am suggesting of putting the boot folder somewhere, if we put it on the memory card, we're basically just making a free make boot memory card at that point. Sorry, I'm reading another guide real quick. This one doesn't have us reformatting the drive at all. Well, that's why we're not running it on the drive. That's what we're running it from the flash drive. I don't want to use people's pre-made images. I've heard about too many issues with them. You can just get an image with FreeMakeBoot already installed. You can do that. I just downloaded one. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we skip the manual install steps. That bums me out, though. I'd love to do it manually. Clearly, people can do it manually if they're making them. Yeah, I'm booted on the flash drive. And I'm trying to run the installer from the flash drive. But it seems to do some sort of check in doing so. Whoa. And thus won't run. What if we do run it from the hard drive? Copy. Hard drive. Can I make it? Oh, I can't just paste here. System? Paste? Because we've already formatted the drive. We don't need... I don't think that will work, because it's still going to have to do that check. I still don't think that's... I'm just going to try it, because at this point I don't know what we're missing. I'm going to do it this time, and if not, we're going to modify the guide to use a pre-installed free hard drive boot image. I just think that's dumb. Nope. All right. All right, so we're jumping back in time. I still think the installer might be frilled. We could... All right. We could try one more time with, like, an older version of the installer. Because the guide... Like, if we go back, there are other versions. So, I could go back a version. It's possible they just didn't test it, I guess. Hold on. Ugh. Doo-doo-doo. We have the new Remake Boot installer, which is the older version. That's still from this month? Wow, they update that weirdly quickly. Okay, so maybe that is the problem. We're going to go to... Our flash drive did not show up. What? There it is. We're going to delete our old installer folder. We're going to put the new one in. And we're going to image our drive. All that equipment you have and no USB socket above your desk. Yeah. All right, boom. Thought it crashed. 2 terabyte drive. Boom. Yep. Done. It's doing its first time every time now. All right. Kick out the flash drive. Thank you, Maxi Snake. And we're going to boot over to the PS2 again. This is the last time we'll try it this way. Okay. Yeah, the CloudStripe update stuff is wild. Alright. So we are going to boot into here. Again, we're going to verify that we can just run this at all. We can indeed. It does function. So the installer runs. The elf runs, at least. It's funny, my plan was to just chop up the VOD of this for the tutorial. But at this point, I'm going to have it down to a science where I can just read it off really quick and do it. So I'll probably just re-record it. All right, so now we're gonna relaunch Ulaunch Elf from the flash drive. Have you tried a short condenser shotgun mic for streaming before? Yes, I've made videos on it on the main channel. All right, then we're gonna go to MISC, hard drive manager. I really think the problem, and maybe it's that I have that kind of PlayStation that it mentions can't run. If that's the case, if it doesn't work this time, we're gonna check my PlayStation number and maybe swap PlayStations, and that will be a good data point. But format, yes. Formatted. To me, the problem is either that it checks for code to run from the hard drive, and that is gone because we formatted it and nothing replaced it, or I just have one of those PlayStations that somehow can't run code from the hard drive, even though we clearly can run code from the hard drive. I don't know. I've never had this problem before. Made our OPL partition. Flash drive. This is the slightly older installer. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do it. Yep. All right. So the new step is we're gonna use a pre-imaged, free hard drive boot hard drive image, which is a lot easier, and I guess how we should have done it in the first place. I just did not think that would be the way to go. So there's this PSX place guide that links to the pre-made images. A lot of people really don't like the pre-made images, and I'm trying to not use them. But I guess if we get one that is just set up with free hard drive boot, we can do that here. We're just going to go with one of the pre-configured raw images. We're just going to go straight with that. It's 3 gigabytes. Got to download it real quick from MediaFire, which is going to be a little slow. This one's a compressed image format, so .imgc. Same steps as before with regards to connecting the drive to your computer, running HDD raw copy, portable. We do need to wait on this to download, however. Oh, my drive is not showing yet. What? There it is. Okay. But we need this to download. It's going to take a minute. But yes, I have used condenser mics in streaming spaces before. Like, it's fine. Like, it's good if you want it out of camera, but you are going to get... A desk setup is such a bad case scenario for streaming audio because you have your desk to bounce audio reflections off of, which a good desk mat could help with, but then you also have monitors. And, like, there's no absorption here. Like, I have sound panels above me, on the wall over here. I've got behind my monitor, but, like, I have a box of monitors in front of me on top of my desk. And so it's just, like, reflection hell. So figuring out where to place the mic to try to avoid that is very difficult, because you inherently just have a space full of reflections that is going to make your audio sound a little funky with the shotgun. I use shotguns for my normal, like, stand-up on camera videos all the time, but at the desk it gets a little eh. But yeah, we're just going with a fully pre-configured image, and I'm going to continue the guide as if some of the stuff that's on there isn't, just in case you want to do it from scratch. Because there is a pre-made boot image that we will download as well. Hey, you post the OBS update that says it will keep your last remembered folder. Would that also work with the multiple output plugin? Yeah, the multi-RTMP plugin works with all recent updates after OBS 28. They updated for it. All right, there's still like 2 minutes left on this download. I'm going to run to the restroom super quick. And and I'll be right back. That way I don't got to do it when we're not waiting on anything. Okay. So, we have a pre-made free hard drive boot image now, which comes with some benefits and some downsides. The benefit is that it will have all of the cover art for the games and stuff already on the image, which is why it was so big. It was about 3 gigabytes compressed. The downside is a lot of people in the forums and whatever are going to leave nasty comments on my video saying that this image will eventually break, and that supposedly if you don't format the hard drive within the PlayStation and build it yourself, you're going to run into some issues. I will say I've been doing this for 10 years with pre-made images and never had any issues. But people get really salty about it. So we're going to go with the 3 gigabyte image that has the stuff already on it. We're going to image it to our hard drive. And this is going to skip like half the steps we just fought through to try to make work. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, EmmyCat. 49 months. Holy cow. Thank you so much. So it's called Free HDD Boot. Yes, it is a modification of Free McBoot. Because the MC in Free McBoot is memory card. It's Free HDD Boot because it just boots off the hard drive and it skips the memory card step. Alright. So the hard drive is now imaged. This should just boot straight into it and then we don't have to install anything. Sort of. Okay. Making sure I didn't unplug my mic somehow again. All right. So again, this is just the hard drive. This is not a FreeMakeBoot memory card or anything else. This is just the hard drive being imaged and plugged into the PlayStation 2. And it should boot right up. Yeah, right into FreeMakeBoot. So this could have saved us like 45 minutes, but I was trying to do it the right way after 10 years of getting nasty YouTube comments about it. They'll just have to deal, because I tried following the official guide and it still didn't work. So we're using the pre-made image here. And you can see here we already have Homebrew installed. We've got file managers, we've got emulators, we've got OPL, which is Open PS2 Loader. Now this is going to be an older version. We're going to want to update it. And some other cool tools. So the first thing we're going to do, there's also a configurator for free hard drive boot. Andy Talks with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. And Kyler finally caught a live stream. Heck yeah. So we're going to go into our free HD boot configurator and take a look at our free hard drive boot setup here. We want X to be okay. So we're going to load config from the hard drive if it exists. Okay, so this lets us change our launch programs and things like that, which would be fine if you move executables around. This is not actually what I meant to use. So we're going to go back. We're going to go ahead and go into ULaunch Elf. I'll go to your video and shield you from all the evil comments with my phone. Lol. And we're going to poke around in the file manager. I'm going to show you what's already on here and how it differs from what we were doing before. Assuming it ever comes back. Hero. There it goes. Free make boot is slow. Alright. Hopefully that's the right ULaunch Elf. There's a lot of like redundant homebrew on this pre-made image, which is another reason I don't like it. But again, we can edit the menu if we want to. Alright, so that's our flash drive. So if we look at the hard drive, I don't know if it'll show us the partitions this way. Yes. Okay, so you can see here, we have the normal folders we saw before. There is a boot folder. There's nothing in it though, so clearly that wasn't our problem. There is that OPL partition that we were making, and that has folders for the art, which is the cover art, the themes, which there are none preloaded here, but there is going to be cover art preloaded, as I understand it. It's taking a very long time to load, so I'm going to assume that means it's full. Yeah. Basically, all the cover art already preloaded. Cheat folders, config folders, virtual memory card folders, and Pops is for running PS1 games, which is iffy. So that's fine. We have a ROMs partition for running retro games. Thankfully, that is not preloaded. But you can drop your ROMs in here if you want to run the emulators. And then same thing with saves. So that is for the emulators. You mainly, if you're just worried about running PS2 games, you want the OPL partition, and you want to make sure it's there. We are going to go into our MISC folder here and take a look at the hard drive manager. I want to see how big the OPL partition here is. So you can see right here the problem with using one of these pre-made images. It has no clue how big our hard drive is. This is why I wanted to do it the right way. So we may re-image one more time, because it says our hard drive has like 2 petabytes free. It's used 7.5 gigabytes and has, no, yeah, that's how much it has free, and has negative 189 gigabytes in total size. Obviously, that is not correct. You can see our OPL partition is currently 4 gigabytes. Now, this is just the problem of using pre-made images built for other hard drives, is it just loses complete context of what drive you're actually using. So yeah, our OPL partition is currently 4 gigabytes, but that should expand as we put games on it. So that is kind of the core problem here, and why I didn't want to do it this way. if we wanted to continue like this, if you were fine with it, if you were going to trust that it's just going to work for now, then you would copy your Open PS2 loader here. Go to your hard drive. Go to boot. Nope. Go to system. Nope. Where the hell did it go? This is not how it was before. Common? Nope. Where the frick are the apps? There's not an apps partition. Okay. sysconf, freemcboot. These are just all the... Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, so what we would do is actually we would make a new directory here. We'll call this OPL-beta. We'd navigate to that, paste in our new updated OPL, because the new beta has the features we want. And then we would have to, we can go ahead and copy our themes over. Copy. Then we go to hard drive, OPL partition, and we have the themes folder here, so we'll just paste. And it asks if you want to merge it. And give it all that. And once it's done, we restart our PlayStation, because there's no real way to exit uLaunch Elf, which is really annoying. It's going to take a minute. So this is with a fully pre-configured image. I downloaded another image that just had free hard drive boot on it. We're going to try that next. And if that fails, or like still has the size error, then we're going to use our free McBoot memory card, which you can just make yourself using what I've shown you so far. And run it from there, because I don't understand at this point. But you can see why I don't want to use the pre-made image. If it has the hard drive size all confused like that, at some point something's going to go wrong when you start loading it up. Okay, come on. Modern consoles do not transfer data very fast. Measuring in kilobytes per second here. Alright, can I just cancel at this point? There we go. Alright, we're gonna reboot. And what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to replace the menu entry for OPL with our newer version, which is what I was gonna go do in the free hard drive boot configurator. All right, so we go down here. Plus, like I said, I don't like all the redundant homebrew that's on here. We launch free hard drive boot configurator. We go to load config from hard drive. Configure. That's ESR path. Trying to figure out exactly where it was. What's up, Beifong? E1 launch keys. We're looking for OPL. Yeah, right there. So, oh, that's just for the shortcut, though. Damn it. How do I edit the menu? I have totally spacing. It has been a long time since I've edited the menu. All right, it was not this. There is a way to edit the menu. And basically, you just change the path. Like you would if you moved a program and you want to change a shortcut. Like, you do that. I'm doing all right. How about you? I was trying to do a guide that should have worked perfectly fine so that I can turn this into a video, and it's gone horribly wrong, but we're making our way through it. Making our way downtown. Is it just system config? No, that's just the normal BIOS options. Yeah, I don't know. where this option is, or if you can edit it in this version of free hard drive boot. Typically, you have a menu to edit these menu entries. Because if I just run this, it's going to run the older version. That's really disappointing. I haven't even shown you how to load games yet or anything, because this has been going. All right, so we're going to shut this down. Right there. We're going to switch and do the not pre-configured image. Because I really don't like that image. I was trying to be open-minded about it since clearly my way wasn't working, but I do not like that image. All right, so the second image I downloaded is in this zip folder. It's this one. And this should just have free hard drive boot installed and nothing else configured. I am hoping that it's not going to have the same issues the other one did. So we're going to browse to it. Free hard drive boot image. It's from 2019. Actually, if we go back, can I go back? No. If we look at the image, we can see here it's for a 2.8 terabyte drive. That may still cause problems. We'll see. We're going to pop it over here on this one, or 2.8 gigabyte drive. No, that's just the size of the image. Yeah, see that? Okay, it should be fine. We're an image or drive. It's going to take a little longer since it's 2.8 gigabytes instead of 500 kilobytes, but it's just going to go just fine. Complete. Don't need to eject the drive. Boot her back up. The exFAT way is way easier. You literally just format your SSD as exFAT, but you have to run FreeMcBoot from a memory card or something else. Which, like I said, I do not like doing. You can theoretically set up your MemCardPro to run FreeMcBoot off of the first slot, but all right. So we are booted straight into free hard drive boot here. Why is that one so much bigger than the one you were using before? The generic, the first raw image we started with only had uLaunch Elf on it and nothing else. We were supposed to install this all manually, which is why it was so tiny. All right, you can see here we have all of this stuff. We can do hard drive checker. We can see if it reads our hard drive properly. Capacity 1 terabyte. That is not correct. Optimize the disk. Check disk for errors. That could take forever. I probably don't want to do this. I love the gradient. This is like old VHS style. Oh, look at that. SSDs are fast. Found one error. Fair enough. I don't like that it thinks the drive is 1 terabyte. We're going to quit. It could be a limitation of the program. I do think the best way would be, at this point, to have a FreeMcBoot memory card to format the drive. Like, I think that is a major limitation we're running into here. So if we launch WLaunch Elf, uLaunch Elf, I don't know what the difference between them are, honestly. They're effectively the same program from what I can tell, but everyone insists on having both. If we go to the hard drive, we do not even have an OPL partition. So we will need to make that. So if we go to MISC hard drive manager like we did before. Okay. Reads our 2 terabyte drive. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right. So now we're going to create a new partition. This is exactly what we wanted. Plus OPL. Okay, so this is the image. This will help the guide. Perfect. 1536. Yup. Partition created. Boom. I'm not going to worry about the emulators. I'm not going to use them. I hate that there's no way to... exit launch elf. We're going to go into our hard drive here. I want to find where OPL is installed. Or is OPL installed at all? It's not installed, I don't think. That is like the whole thing, right? Yes. Okay, perfect. So then we copy OPL from the flash drive to the hard drive. We'll put it in our sysconf, since that's where free McBoot stuff was. Paste it. I don't know how we would add it to the menu, though. I'm kind of thinking we still run the installer from here. Let's try it. Free McBoot installer. This will give us some information about whether this works at all. Okay. Installer works. We already have it installed, but we kind of want to reinstall it to, like... because it did not come with R1. We want free hard drive boot. Yes. Existing config found. Do you want to keep it? No. Dare I? So maybe we use, yeah, the base free hard drive boot image. We reinstall over top of it. You can technically exit by running another elf. Yeah, but that's not... All right, we have installed free McBoot now, or free hard drive boot. Interesting. There's a format hard drive option in this installer. Could we have skipped the whole... like, first half of the saga if we imaged that first image, ran wlaunch elf to run this installer, and then formatted from here? I don't know. Could that have been, like, why did the official guide not say that if it's in the official installer? Like, that could have just saved us everything. Fascinating. Why would you not format it there if that's the option? Do I do this again? I have a separate drive. We can preserve our progress, and I can image this drive. This was going to be the exFAT one. But we could image this drive. Okay. So we are on free hard drive boot that we just installed. OPL is here. How do I edit this menu? It's got to be in that configurator. It's got to be. There wasn't chapters. It was a really short guide. It really bugs me that I don't remember how to edit this menu. Gotta look it up. How to edit FHDB menu. Yeah, I don't care about hitting the buttons. I just want to change what is listed here. Huh. It might be the ESR path. I don't know. We're going to try running OPL. I don't know what version this is. I am really tempted to start over with that update. Yeah, this is the old version. Yeah, this is the really old version. Okay. We're gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna take this drive. We're gonna start back how we started the whole stream. Maybe I was right and we just needed to format in the other way. I wish the expat stuff got ported to modern OPL. Most people have not reported hiccups with the stream. I do have Twitch itself monitoring the stream to figure out why some people are having hiccups, so... Alright, so we are going to... I gotta switch our scene, sorry. We're going to image the drive, this 1 terabyte drive this time, with that first image that we did, so we can do it from scratch. Just that 500 kilobyte image. Boom, done. We're gonna boot to it. Check, check. Alright, we've booted from that first image we were trying to use in the first place. We're going to go to our flash drive. And we are just going to straight run the free McBoot installer. Because I don't see why we wouldn't. We are here. We're going to hit R1. We're going to format our hard drive. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Because I'm using circle. I'm used to Ulaunch Elf using circle. Format hard drive. Yes. Did it just do it? I'm going to do it again. I guess so. Okay. This is also how you can format memory cards and do it that way. We're going to install free hard drive boot. Yes. Now this should install everything to the drive with the partitions. We may still need to make an OPL partition. But it should just do it. In which case we wasted like an hour because of the main guide I was following. Which is why I want to make my own guide. And like I think that was it. We're going to hit exit. We're going to exit. And it's going to reboot into whatever the PlayStation thinks it should boot from. We have formatted the hard drive so that original image is gone. And we're in! It was that easy. It was that easy this whole time. Bruh. Okay. So now we need to move the stuff off the memory card. Off the flash drive. Because OPL is already here. We need to replace that with the newer version. And then we need to move our themes and stuff. So we're going to go to Wlaunch Elf. I cannot believe it was that easy. I am experiencing some feelings right now. This is going to be the quickest guide on the planet now that I've run through it so many times. We haven't even, like I said, we haven't even gotten to the game copying part. That's all it took. Why did they recommend formatting in Ulaunch Elf? Fatal flaw. fatal flaw. Why is this taking so long to load? Yeah, that's not good. I think that version of W-Launch Elf is borked. Alright, we're gonna reboot. Or not. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey. I don't think this was a journey I wanted to be on. It was way more rocky than I had planned for. When there was just a clean sidewalk right across the street. I just dredged through a swamp for the same path that someone could, thanks to my upcoming guide apparently, is just gonna be able to walk on the sidewalk for. There we go. Alright. Let's take a look at our hard drive. We do not have an OPL partition. There is a free HD boot apps folder. And there is OPL. Alright. So first step. Go to our flash drive. Copy over our new OPL. To the hard drive. To that apps folder. OPL. We're going to paste and overwrite. We don't want that old version of OPL. I'm just going to check through here, see what we got. Make sure there is no OPLs in here. Perfect. That is exactly what we want. We're going to go to MISC and hard drive manager. It reads our this is a 1 terabyte drive this time. It reads that perfectly fine. We are missing the pie charts for some reason in this version of U-Launch Elf, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. We're going to make a new partition. It's going to be plus OPL. We can make a plus ROMs one as well if we wanted to use the emulators. I am not worried about it. We're going to make it 1536 megabytes. Again, it should auto-expand by some sort of weird freaking magic. Okay, yes. It's going to make that partition. All right. We're going to exit. We're going to go back to U-Launch Elf. We're going to go to our flash drive and we're going to copy our art and our themes folder. Now, our art folder is very incomplete because I wasn't going to wait for it. Then we're going to go to a hard drive, plus OPL, and we're going to paste in the art folder. And you'll need to do this with everything, and we're going to need to make a couple folders of our own for games. I got a piece of ice. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna cancel this because we don't need the whole thing. We're gonna make a couple new folders. We need CFG for specific game configs. We need DVD for PlayStation 2 DVD games that are ISOs. We need CD for PlayStation 2 games that are BinQ files. We need CHT for cheats. And I'm just making these because these are standard OPL folders. And now no salty YouTube comments. Exactly, you get it. CD, DVD, and then we're going to copy our themes from our flash drive. That one is complete, so I can let that one finish real quick. And that is in THM is the name of the folder. So we're going to let that copy. And then when it's all is said and done, we should be able to launch OPL, see our custom themes, and then we can copy over a couple games. Fingers crossed. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me on this journey. I would have probably gotten frustrated and rage quit and then delayed the video another 6 months if I wasn't doing this live. This is why I like doing this stuff live. I get a little bit of feedback of you all. I get to bounce my ideas off of you. Even if you don't know what to do, having someone to talk it through with sometimes helps. Let me go ahead and open my jerky real quick here while we're waiting. And if nothing else, I get funny reactions I could clip for the video should I be that necessary. Little ducks we are. I hope that's all the folders OPL needs. I don't know if it may make it on its own when it launches, but I just wanted to go ahead and make it a little easier. Yelling at ChatGPT vented enough frustration to help me complete a few things. That can work. Usually if I'm doing something niche enough, I just get too mad at ChatGPT not knowing what to do. I am curious. We should ask ChatGPT how to do this. I'm going to do that when we switch back to the desktop. Boom. All right, our themes are here. All right, now we're going to shut off our PS2 and we're going to pull the hard drive back out so we can send games to it. So for this, you will need the... Is this it? Yeah, the HDL batch installer program, which is linked in the guide. I will have it in the video. I can pull it up again here. Oh, we're finally getting to like step 2. So to copy your games over, you'll need them in ISO or ZSO format. The PS2 cannot read the CHD compressed disk or compressed hunk of data format because it doesn't have enough RAM or something, but it can read ZSO. But I have not found a batch tool to batch compress ISO files to ZSO. And you have to do it one at a time and rename it each time, and that's just a nightmare, so I'm just not bothering right now. But you need the... Are you already streaming with advanced broadcast? Yes, we are in 4K. So you need the HDL batch installer program. We're going to run it. It's going to take a minute to load. Used to, you had to do this with a program called WinHip, which was super outdated and funky, or with command line utilities, which was really annoying. We can search PS2 hard drives. It found it. 1 terabyte used, 3 gigs, free, 927 gigs. We can search games. There is a directory. You can choose your directory for where your games are. I'm going to say okay. Oh, it wants us to choose individual games. Can I select multiple? I can. So I can just import all of these games. I don't actually want to install all of those. So that was a mistake, because that would just take too long. Man, I feel old. I still use WinHip. Yeah, the whole point of me working on this guide is to get people to stop using WinHip. I was using that in 2014, and even in 2014, everyone was like, yo, that's the old way to do it. Don't do that anymore. We're going to clear list. I'm only going to import a couple games. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. ATV Off-Road Fury. Devil May Cry. Fatal Frame, Final Fantasy. God Hand. And we'll scroll down and get... Mortal Kombat. Open. Okay. Now, config settings. Was there anything I needed from here? That's where you can set your default game path. That's fine. I don't care about this. If for whatever reason you made a different partition for OPL, you can set that here. By default, it's plus OPL. That's what absolutely you should use. Just don't bother. Downloads. You can update OPL launcher. I don't think we need to do that. Update game title database. Change it. Settings on the menus to use the database you just downloaded. Okay. Config settings title database external. Interesting. Is it going to show me the titles? Get list. PS2 has no games inside. Perfect. Hard drive manager. You can see all your partitions. So we can see the folders, the partitions. We can create a new partition if you don't already have your OPL partition here, which is wonderful. Or if you want to make your ROMs folder. I love that you can do all this in a GUI now. This did not exist a few years ago as far as I can tell. You can download icons. That's wonderful. You can inject OPL itself if that isn't on your hard drive, which is rad. Oh, you inject that into every game on the hard drive. Interesting. That's super bizarre. Some other stuff. Mount hard drive partition. If you mount a partition, you must unmount it, otherwise you could corrupt it. Okay. Available partitions. OPL, mount point. Oh, no way! Is it gonna let me do this? We're gonna mount it as Z. This is what I've been waiting for literally 10 years. Okay, there's no drive letter. Open and explore. Nope, it did not actually mount it. Okay, never mind. That did not work at all. Why did it not work? What? Plus OPL, mount point. Q, mount. Open and explore. It does not mount it. Okay. Never mind. That doesn't work. PFS file browser? Nope. HDD? Which drive are we on? HDD 12? Open? Yeah, that works. Can I just transfer here? Because that's pretty cool as well. Close. Maybe I had the wrong drive selected. Hold on. Mount HDD partition. Yeah, it's on 12. Okay, so that just didn't work. Well, regardless. Yeah, that would have been sick. That would have saved me so much time. We can select these games and we can click install. And what it's going to do is it's going to copy them into the DVD. You can see here, inject. It's running the command line utility I used to have to use. And it's just moving it into that partition. It's running pretty fast since we're on a SSD over a USB 3 connection. Squid, the issue was the official guide says to format your hard drive in ULaunch ELF. And you just format it. You just run the free hard drive boot installer directly and format it there, and it works perfectly. We wasted an hour. I would have been converted to the church or whatever this is. That's why the exFAT stuff is so exciting and why I want to show it to you. I just need the OPL people to merge Grim Doomer's patch up through to newer OPL. We'll cover that as soon as we finish this up. So yeah, this will just use the command line utility to inject the drives into the PlayStation file system that Windows cannot normally access, even though it has a mount option. And it just goes through and copies them all, which is really great. Now, this does not have any tools for copying art and themes over. There are command line utility tools if you put it in the folder where your art and your themes are to copy them that way. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick, because that would save a lot of time compared to trying to copy it to a flash drive and copy it off, because it's like 3 gigabytes. I used to have the files. I don't know if I still have the files. I'm going to look in a book, Reading Rainbow. I'm not going to have a clue where I put this stuff. Actually, maybe I do. Because this is what I was doing in like 2020 when I was originally working on this whole guide. Oh, is it done? It's done! Okay, so now we can get lists of games on there. It reads the titles because it uses that database. What file? It's called PFS. It's literally like PlayStation file system. But you can see what games are on there, what kind of media it is, the size, and the game ID. So that's perfect. It's all on the hard drive for the games. We're good to go there. I do wish that tool had the... I wish it had the tools for managing the art. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Maybe there's no drivers. Yeah, you can't access the file system directly. Like, that's just... There's nothing built to support that. Not in Linux either. That's why these tools exist. PS2... I don't know what I did with the footage for it. Oh, no. I have one more place I can check. If I still have the tool. Actually, I can probably just look it up. HDL Manager Bat. While I'm looking here real quick. PS2 Retro Jam. Nope. I don't want the GUI. I just want the HDL batch. All right, I think this is it. Without all the bugs and tedium and WinHip. Exactly. Yeah, WinHip is very slow. It cannot handle 2 terabyte drives, blah, blah, blah. That's the reason I'm trying to get away from it. All right. I feel like this has the art stuff. We're going to save it to our folder. If this is what I had before. I think I already did that. Alright, I'm gonna check one more time. Halbert? Is that drive connected? Please, Windows. Oh, Jesus. Toby. Footage Archive. 2020. Maybe it's just under EposVox. PS2, 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 PS2. Nope. Fudge. Alright, I don't remember where it is. Hopefully this is it. Where'd it go? HDL batch. Oh, this is just the one. Alright, read me. Is this just the games? Yeah. Alright, hold on. HDL batch art theme. What's up, Itachi Metal? HDR Badger. Here it is. I'll post a link in chat in case anyone gives a crap about any of this. This is super useful to skip the flash drive method. So it's HDL batch, but it can also copy homebrew apps, your art, your configs, your cheats, your virtual memory cards, all of that. Releases. Oops. I guess there aren't releases because it's just a bat file. That's fine. Download zip. This thing was super useful back when I was doing it the way I was doing it during the pandemic. Where'd it go? Hello? Oh, it's still downloading. Hello? I hate when files get stuck there. I think that's when, like, Windows Security's scanning it. Alright. PS2 HDR Badger. Okay. Yeah, this tells you to format it, blah, blah, blah. We already did all of that. Alright, let's just run it and see what happens. I forget the exact. Prepare for release.bat? That's not what we want, is it? What is OPL Manager? Oh, this is the old tool for transferring games. I mean, this is cool too. So this is called OPL Manager. I've used this before. There's an update to it? You know, no, I don't care. So local PS2 hard drive. We need to run this as admin. I don't care. Let me exit it. Jesus. Run as admin. Okay, I don't think this is going to recognize our hard drive anyway. Yeah, it does not. That's super weird. Okay, whatever. That's not what we're here for. We are here for these folders. So the HDL, HDD folders, you want to put your apps, your art, whatever, in here. I'm going to go back to my downloads. Find the art folder. Hello? Select all, copy. Select. Copy. Paste. It's gonna take a minute because that's like 3 gigabytes of images. What is happening? What? What just happened? What? Hello? And then the 4K copy of the stream is HEVC. You have to be in Google Chrome or enable the WMF HEVC enabled flag in Firefox. Is this going to do the art? I don't... Regardless, I don't think this is going to work because it wasn't recognizing my drive. We're gonna try it though. Because this was a really cool tool. Batch kit manager. Yeah, run as admin. Here we go. Yes! This is what I've been looking for. Okay, so this is a batch file that will let you transfer the games like the GUI I just showed you. But it will also let you transfer the art, the configs, the apps, the homebrew apps, which I have not downloaded any for this tutorial, but I will, you know, at some point. It also lets you back it up off the hard drive. We have 10 as an option. Advanced versions, hard drive management. Hack your PS2 hard drive temporarily. That's such a weird thing to say. 5, show games partition. Scanning, it found the hard drive. It cannot find the partition. That's a little odd. Interesting. Show system partition. There we go. It sees that. Weird. We now have 2 different OPL partitions. I hope that's not a problem. But we're going to go back. And what we're going to want to do is transfer the apps, the art, blah, blah, blah. And that's what we are copying now into this HDL HDD folder. So it's just about done. So we're going to say 3. Transfer applications. No, we don't need that. Transfer artwork. Yes, we want that. We don't care about anything else because we didn't copy anything else. OPL partition detected. Continue. It's reporting only 1 terabyte. Yeah, the drive we switched to for this new path is 1 terabyte. That's fine. When I figured out the new solution, I switched drives just in case it was not the solution. I didn't want to start over. We are on a 1 terabyte drive right now. That's totally fine. I don't know if this is doing anything. I don't think it's doing anything. Maybe it's got to scan them all. Oh, someone got something off Kofi. Thank you. Coffee, Kofi, whatever. I don't know if this is taking a long time specifically because of how much there is. Or if it's just not going to work. I don't know, honestly. But there are 60,000 files in my art folder. So, you know. Maybe we cancel it. Maybe we make a new art folder and just put a couple in there to make sure it works. Because 61,000 files is a lot. All right, we're going to do SLUS. Because that's all we really need anyway is US PlayStation games. There. We'll copy those. Explorer is still having a bad time. It really does not like this folder with this many images in it. Holy cow. It's just not responding. Can I open another window? I can. So I just gotta wait for it to catch up. It's trying. There we go. What? What just happened? Did it copy? I don't know. Why does it do that? I just want to sort by name. I don't want to sort by date. Go away. Preview. No. Windows 11's Explorer has been really buggy lately. I don't want to group by anything. None. All right. We'll just go from here. To here. That's still 20,000 items. Holy cow. All right, we're just going to grab at random. That many. Put that in the normal art folder. We're going to run the bat file. No. Yeah, that's fine. Run it as admin. We're going to transfer art. Nope. Yep. Nope, 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 nope. Continue. There we go. Transferred. All right. We're going to close everything. We're going to move the hard drive to our PlayStation. Woo-wee. So now, as of what we just did, we should have games in OPL, custom themes in OPL, and a couple covers that we won't really be able to use because I don't know what games we just copied covers for. So we're going to run OPL, which should be that new version that we overwrote from the flash drive. This is going to be this is going to be, we've already been streaming for 2 hours. The guide's going to be like 10 minutes tops because it's, now that I know what to do. This is still the old version. How do I edit this damn menu? Oh no, it's the new version. Okay, sick. All right, so now we can start customizing OPL before we mess with anything else. This is OPL. This is the Open PlayStation 2 loader. This is how you run game backups, ISOs, and whatever. So you have a lot of settings for it. Do we want the PS2 logo on for games? Do we want to cache the game list? Absolutely, that'll make it quicker to load. If you reset in-game, you can choose a specific app to launch afterwards. Otherwise, it just boots back to free hard drive boot. We want to enable write operations for writing the cache and things like that. It can automatically go to the last game you played. I never like doing that, so I'm just going to say no. Block device manager start mode. We want that set to auto. That's going to be, whoa, your additional devices like your flash drives, your, if you have any games on an MX4 SIO card, whatever. We can set those up to automatically start. So USB is on, MX4 SIO can be turned on as well if I quit hitting the wrong button. Then we want the hard drive mode, which is set to start off by default. We want that turned on to auto, so it automatically starts. Same with applications. And these are just telling it to automatically load everything. If you are storing games over your network, you could do Ethernet as well. We're not going to bother that because we don't even have networking set up. All right, we are good. We're going to hit OK. Then we can start changing how OPL looks. Now, OPL can actually run in HD if your CRT or display supports it. So we can sit here and run in any real resolution here. So we can run in 720p and widescreen and hit OK. Boom. Now it's like off. So then we go back and adjust our horizontal position here. About there, but you can still see we have the bar on the side. I'm going to recrop my RetroTink. See if it can catch it. This is just an issue with the HD mode on OPL. Yeah, it's not gonna, we're just gonna have the bar on the side, which is fine probably. If you don't want that, we could do 480p. How do I want to do that? We'll try VGA 480p and just turn that back off for now. Click OK. Okay. Yeah, it did not like that. It is a VGA mode. We're not connected through VGA, so that makes sense. EDTV 480p. That's a little better. I typically like the interlace modes the best. So we can come down here. We could try 1080i. And then recrop. Come into our scaler settings. I don't want to mess with this too much. Recrop 16:9. It did not like that at all. We can adjust our RetroTink scaler here a lot. That should be fine. I'm not going to save this because this is just for OPL. But then we can start looking at themes and turning on cover art, which we absolutely want. You can have notifications for stuff. So it did load our themes. So I really like this DualShock 4 one. Come down here, click OK. Theme loaded, OPL partition mounted. Perfect. We're going to go ahead and save our changes before we go too much further. And then we're going to go back to our games list. And we are on USB right now, so we hit the D-pad to move over to our hard drive, and boom, it sees our games. Now, typically it would have all sorts of cover art here in the corner, and this is just a cool custom theme which we can change. And if we managed to load information, it could load what modes the game supports in that bottom right section. But we could load custom apps, we can load games from USB, from our hard drive, all from right here, and then we just hit X to launch them. I do want to... How do I pull up? There we go. Let's change themes. I got a few different ones. Let's see what this one looks like. Again, there would be cover art here if you had those downloaded. There was... Which one? Daily build? Yeah, that's the like default one. There's a cool CRT one I had before that I cannot find at the moment. People always ask in the videos like what it was, and I just don't have it right now. I don't know where it went. That theme is very broken. It is not running at all. I think I crashed. Fudge. Crashed OPL. Some themes only work with some versions and blah, blah, blah. So, the alternate way, which is a lot easier, you can use an exFAT formatted SSD, which means you can manage it on your computer. If you already have or can make a FreeMic boot memory card, you can actually boot games from an exFAT formatted hard drive, but you lose the newer updates of OPL, which include MemCardPro support. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well real quick here, and I'm just going to chop this into the tutorial, I guess. So you need a couple things for that. I'm going to pull that up right now. Right here. Okay. So you will need Grim Doomer's fork of OPL. Now, most of the links you find to this in the older videos and like retro RGB posts will link to a thing saying that it's been merged into a commit of normal OPL, and it takes you to the normal OPL GitHub. It's not actually in there, which is why you can't use the MemCardPro stuff. But you need this version of OPL. And you're going to put that on your flash drive. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to extract it. And you just got to know that this one is the beta. So like I'm overriding the normal one here. That's fine. You got to know that this one is the beta. We're going to plug an SSD into our computer. This one's the 2 terabyte. Now this is the step where it would benefit you the most to plug this directly into your computer instead of into an external device. Because if you have an external external drive dock, it may not work with this for a reason I will show you. We're going to go to disk management. It's going to ask us to initialize the disk. You want GPT, like ChatGPT, lol. And then you're going to make a new simple volume. We're going to call it PS2 or OPL. We'll call it OPL. I might even call it plus OPL. Actually, that would be confusing. OPL. We're going to format it as exFAT, just like an external drive. Next, finish, let it format. But something you need to check is hit start, go to system information, go to components, storage, disks. Find that drive you just formatted. It needs to have a 512 bytes per sector size here. If it's 4096 or 4K, it will not work with this build. And a lot of external drive docks will do this. Mine doesn't. I got lucky. I don't know. But you need to have the 512 sector thing, which is, you can guarantee you'll get it if you plug it directly into your computer. Some external drives will not do this. Then you just get a normal drive you can use on your computer here. So then you can just make folders. So I'm going to make a new folder called DVD. I'm going to make a new folder called CD. I'm going to make one called Art. I'm going to make one called Themes. I'm going to go to my normal downloads and import our art and our themes. It's going to take a minute to copy, and then you can start posting your games in your CD and DVD folder. So for QBin folder, or for QBin games, that needs to go in the CD folder. And for ISO games, that needs to go in the DVD folder. We'll just grab Champions and Orath. We're going to let all that copy for a minute because I just queued up 3 transfers at the same time and apparently don't have TerraCopy on here, so it's going to have an issue. Why not use something like Paragon HDD software? Pretty sure you can set block size there. Let's take a look. Maybe that's the hidden secret. Well, it costs money, so that's a start. Do they have a free... I don't understand why every partition manager program costs a ridiculous amount of money, has a subscription, and even the free ones are basically adware. Yeah, it costs money. I'm not even going to bother. If there's a free one that lets you set sector size, let me know. All right, we're almost done. Just waiting on the art to copy. But it's that easy. And then you run FreeMcBoot from your memory card, copy over the new OPL to it, and you just read your drive from exFAT. And that means you can also read USB exFAT drives, FireWire drives, whatever. You can like read them all at once, which is awesome. We're going to let this actually finish copying this time, so I can hopefully show it to you with the art installed. I'm going to put my FreeMcBoot memory card in here. I'm going to plug in my flash drive and copy that new OPL to it. Aomi Partition Assistant. Let's check it out. Alright, we're gonna go to downloads. We're gonna find our new OpenPS2 loader. We're gonna copy it to our flash drive, replace the old one. Copy stopped. It's not stopped. What? It's still going. Right there. Alright. AOME Partition Manager. Oh my god, pop-ups. Standard? Freeware. Yeah, that's what we want. Open. Unfortunately, I can't imagine they offer a portable apps version of that. Nope, I don't want Pro Edition. I just want free. Sure. Enjoy now. It's already up, trying to sell me again on it. Hello? Hello? Is that better? I can't explain that one. Other than installing this program fucks some shit up. Alright, so we created a partition. We want exFAT. I see nothing about block size. Well, we're partitioning. We're not initializing. Okay. Properties. 512 sectors per track. I don't see that as an editable option. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I don't think this will give you any option to change that. So yeah, don't install this program. When I used formatting, it shows up. I don't see formatting anywhere. Hold on. Why is it not? Why is it lagging? Why of all things is a partition manager lagging? What's going on with my system here? OBS is using a lot of CPU for seemingly no reason. Really weird. Alright. Yeah, I can't. It's not responding. There we go. Alright. Create partition. Advanced. Where are you seeing this formatting menu, Spakes? Comes with free AOME miner. I mean, yeah. Yeah, like I don't see this menu anywhere. Format partition. Cluster size. Cluster size is not the same thing as block size. Completely different. Bytes per sector is not the same thing as cluster size, if that's what you're looking at. Completely different things. As far as I'm aware, this isn't something you can just change. Like, it's just based on how your drive is connected. Yeah, that's not the same thing. Because we want a 512 byte per sector size, not a 512 kilobyte cluster size. Those are very different things. So yeah, don't bother installing this junkware. Oh my god. Sure to quit. Anyway. Almost done copying these. Really slowed down when you just got a bunch of tiny files. Really hope one day we get far improved multi-threaded file copying that actually can copy a bunch of little files quicker, but maybe there's still a bottleneck on the drive side. So I guess after the stream, I get to write up my guide and record it real quick. It's going to be pretty quick. I'm very excited. Although we still have to explore with the first drive how to get MemCardPro stuff working. So I guess we'll do that. I'll look that up. All right, so OPL MemCardPro. Because that's on the 1 terabyte drive is the one that will support for this. It is impossible to find anything about the MemCardPro. MemCardPro 2 game detection. I think it should just work, quote unquote. But the documentation for the MemCardPro stuff is abysmal. And actually finding this information on how to make it work has been a nightmare. And this is no exception. Game ID is now available for physical disks as well, which is awesome. Although I think you still need to be running OPL for that.
8-Bit Mods has just released a MemCardPro 2, so people with large
it is a firmware
collections
update
that don't use OPL or the like, you now get access to this.
Yeah, that's sick.
Will automatic.
Okay, so theoretically on the hard drive that's in the system now, MemCardPro 2 should show the game. I want to try that while we're... Oh, is our file copy already done? No. All right, I want to try that real quick. So we're going to boot back to the PS2. This is with the old way, the non-exFAT free hard drive boot install. That we just went through 2 hours of making work. No free McBoot memory card, just the MemCardPro. And what I'm looking for is when I run a game, I want it to show me that it reads the game on the MemCardPro. You think the weird audio bug is related to the Windows audio API? Maybe. I think the time it disconnected, it was because I just like shocked my USB or something and it freaked out. I have, on this computer, I have issues with the secondary output of my Rodecaster Duo, which is what I'm using here, like disconnecting. That's just a thing that happens. And so I think that was a coincidence. The audio static thing, I have no idea. I've never had that happen before. All right, so we're going to run God Hand. It's going to launch the game. And I want to see that reflected on my MemCardPro. No memory card inserted. So is it not going to make one? No. The MemCardPro thinks it is a PS1 game, right? Or PS1 memory card right now. All right, we're going to connect to the MemCardPro via Wi-Fi and see what's going on. Card browser. How do I get it to launch with Game ID? We're on PS2. Set it to PS2 mode now. How do I get it to use Game ID? Settings. Wi-Fi, enable Game ID feature. That is on. There's a new firmware update, though. I guess we're going to update the firmware again. Like I said, the MemCardPros are like magical devices that are from my freaking dreams. But the documentation is ridiculous. Like, you have to scan a QR code to get your documentation. They don't just have it freely available. And when I tried getting it, when I first got mine, it was like password protected, and I had to email them to like turn off the password. Do not power off the GameCube. All right, guys, I won't turn off my GameCube so I can update my PlayStation memory card. All right, the screen on the MemCardPro is showing that it's updating. Clearly, this firmware already had Game ID, but okay, something we will want to turn off is load last card on power up. From now on, we want to have that off if we want Game ID to work. I do know that. All right, and our stuff is done for our exFAT SSD, so we can check that out after we figure out Game ID. OPL Game ID. MemCardPro. Oh. Do I still get to use that with exFAT? Is this completely useless? This is in March. Last I heard of it, you still needed the official OPL updates. This is saying any launcher. So theoretically, the Grim Doomer one still works. I'm going to be so pissed if this was a whole waste of time. I'm still going to show the video on it because people will want to use the latest OPL. Just hopping in, but I needed a new version of OPL. I used the Grim Doomer OPL. Yeah, the Grim Doomer one was the one that's not supposed to work with it. So if it works with it, that's perfect. Like, that skips, like, the whole reason I was making half of this guide. Because the Grim Doomer one is the one we're using for the exFAT stuff here. And specifically, that originally did not work with Game ID. It is still updating the firmware. Yeah, we were already there. All right, I'm going to eject my flash drive for when we're ready. And the SSD. That we did as exFAT. This is like my 5th time making a guide on the PS2 stuff. I've never gotten the MemCardPro stuff working, so I'm trying to figure that out this time. Wow, it takes a long time to update. I guess the FPGA on a tiny-ass memory card is probably not very powerful or fast, or the Wi-Fi on it is not either. We're at 92%. 93, 94, 95, 6, 7, 8, 99, 100, update, something. All right, Wi-Fi is connected, so we should be able to just refresh. Yep, all right. So we want to turn off load last card and power up. Perfect. We do have some more options here. That's neat. Okay, save. So now we'll go back. Card browser. Current PS2 memory card is just a generic one I had made. Okay, but my question still is, if it's already in a card, how do you get it to just make a new one when your game is on? Because our game is currently on. Like, that's what I don't... That is not communicated anywhere. It just says it just does it. It doesn't just do it. Things don't work that way. All right, so I'm going to restart my PS2 now that we've done all this. PS2 is booting. It makes a new one when you first boot into the game. Okay. Well, since we updated while the game was open. I was trying to do it before, and it never worked for me. What's up, Mattis? All right. So, OPL. If only someone had done a video on this on YouTube. That's what I'm doing, because no one covers this stuff well. That's why I've been making these tutorials for 10 years, because every time I go to look it up, or a friend asks me, most of the tutorials just usually aren't great. Not to throw shade at anyone in particular. We're going to launch God Hand. No memory card inserted. If you wish to save your game, insert one. Okay, the memory card did update. It now says God Hand. Checking memory card. Boom! Thank you, Zoe. I just needed that last little detail figured out. Thank you. All right, and we're running games from the hard drive. So this was the old way I showed you with HDL loader and having to use the proprietary file system. Now let's boot into the exFAT one, which we can access on our computer and just drag and drop files, which is how I want to do this moving forward. This requires having a FreeMcBoot memory card. Now, you can theoretically run FreeMcBoot as your default memory card on the MemCardPro 2, which we may try to set up. That way you don't have to have this going. We're going to boot from the memory card first. So I'm going to plug the new SSD with exFAT into our PlayStation as well as my flash drive. I use a NAS instead of a big drive too. Well, I don't like setting it up that way, okay? I like having my consoles isolated so I can move them places. All right, anyway. So we are now booted into FreeMcBoot from the memory card, but we have that exFAT SSD in our system. So the first thing we need to do is go to our file manager. You launch ELF. File browser. We want to copy our Open PS2 loader, our updated. This is the Grim Doomer one that supports the exFAT stuff. We want to copy that to our hard drive, or to our memory card, rather. Our FreeMcBoot memory card. And I have discovered the menu OPL. I know I have a couple down here. I'm pretty sure the menu one is the one in this folder. So I'm going to overwrite that one. What's up, Sloth? Wow, that's copying way slower than usual. And for good measure, I'm going to paste it here too, but I'm fairly confident it's the one in the boot folder on this system. And then once I show you this working, we can show you how to set up the FreeMcBoot MemCardPro, which I can go ahead and... No, I cannot. It's not plugged into the system. I will show you how to set it up in a minute. No, I don't want you to... I hate the AI stuff on this TV. I don't want you to look into the scene. It's a PS2. There's nothing for you to find. There's no shopping you can convince me to do for my PS2. Okay, so we have replaced the Grim Doomer OPL in our system. And now we're ready to reboot one more time. I wish Ulaunch Elf would get a shortcut that lets you relaunch or something. I guess you could run an elf that does it, but like, just give me a menu button for it, dude. All right, so now we're gonna run OPL. I really wish I could figure out where the menu is to edit these. I used to have a whole custom menu. I will probably find it out for the tutorial and tell you, but I don't know why I can't find it today. Like, my old image had a whole custom menu that looked great. All right, so we're gonna run OPL. And this should have all of the art. It should have all of the themes once we mount our hard drive. So this is loading OPL from the memory card, and it's just loading the default stuff. Again, this is the Grim Doomer build. We have to tell it to access the hard drive and then enable some settings, and then it should load everything. But there is a specific setting in here that is not present in the official build of OPL that is required to launch exFAT drives, which is why we needed this custom Grim Doomer build. Takes so long to load it from the memory card. Hello? It did not take this long last time I launched it. Did I break something? I literally just showed a buddy. Okay, here we go. All right, so menu, settings, cache game list on, write operations on. Oh, wow, this remembered. Why are all these settings already here? Okay, you want BDM start mode set to on. Under block devices, there is now the hard drive option. This is not available in the public build. This is how you're going to launch a block device, which is the exFAT formatted drive, treating it as an external drive, from your internal hard drive. You want that set to on. HDD device start mode auto, all that is fine. We're going to click OK. We're going to save changes. We're going to go back to our games list. Hit select for refresh. And we're going to poke around for a minute. And it should hashtag just work. What we're going to do our save changes, we are going to reset. We're going to exit and relaunch it. I'm pretty sure I had to do this. I just helped my buddy BBK Dragon do this and already recorded the whole process and it worked just fine. So I'm going to make sure the hard drive is plugged in. Just make sure it's seated in there. We're going to run OPL again. Famous last words. I know. I literally just showed someone how to do this last night. And I want this to be the one I use since I don't need the updated OPL anymore. Like, this is my 2 terabyte drive. This is the Grim Doomer build. Like, this is what I want my final one to be. So I'm going to be so annoyed if it's magically not working now. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. I don't know why it takes so long. That is a weird red flag to me. Maybe my drive is loose in the bay. I'm not sure. Your final form. This isn't even my final form. All right. BDM games. There we go. Refresh. Hard drive. Why? Why? Oh. I had cache game list on. Hold on. That sometimes does it. Hmm. You know? I don't know why it's not working. I did everything identical. Nope, nope, nope. That's not what I'm trying to... About. This is the Grim Doomer 1996 beta. Perfect. It's not actually saving... You didn't save after disabling cache. You are right. It did not save that. Refresh. It's not loading the block device option either. That's super confusing. Alright, I'm gonna rewatch my own tutorial I just sent a buddy. You all can watch it with me, I guess. It took me right back to OPL. It wasn't supposed to do that. Yeah, it just showed up the first time. Then, once you're booted to Free McBoot, build, which is this one, R1, copy, triangle, up to your memory card with Free McBoot on it, into the boot folder. Yeah, boot. R1, yep. Paste. I already did that. Yep. And it's probably going to automatically show it for me, but it might not for you. Start. Yeah, it's in hard drive games. Maybe I put them not medium start mode. That needs to be set to IO. Block devices. HDD needs turned on. All right, we're gonna reconnect our drive to our computer. Something's not configured. I'm gonna make sure our sector size is still correct. In case that got changed somehow. Discs. 512. We're good there. DVD. ISO is in DVD. Bin and Q are in CD. That's all I had to do, right? Like, I'll copy a couple more just to be safe. PS2 okay, this ISO. Is the third time I've recorded this intro. I do not know what is happening to OBS. The first thing you need to do is go to System Information. Yeah. Nacho video. All the links to this now point to the one I don't actually show the folders. That's fine. That's what I had to do. Do they need to be an OPL folder in here? I don't think so. I don't think that's how it was when I originally connected it. I think it looked just like this. Let me pull up the build page again. This is just the normal OPL description. That's not helpful. Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything. I'm pretty sure this is how they're supposed to go. So we're going to eject it. Safely remove. Something I should note with this Grim Doomer build, you can now use up to like 16 terabyte drives, not just 2 terabytes anymore, which is part of the appeal. We're going to boot up the PlayStation. Okay. OPL. And we are going to set up a free McBoot memory card on the MemCardPro as well, so we don't have to have both in, which would be really handy. Whoa, that's not a 16:9 crop. RetroTing's auto crop is kind of amusing sometimes. You can see the loading difference though. Like if we do want to do it this way, the loading difference of loading it off an actual memory card versus the hard drive, it's a lot slower to run stuff from the memory card, which is unfortunate. But, although it might be faster off the MemCardPro. There we go. Settings. All right, cache is off. VDM start mode. Hard drive is on. Refresh. Why did it work the first time and not this time? Is it because I named the drive OPL? Like, as stupid as that sounds, is that going to be it? We're going to format our drive one more time. I cannot possibly imagine what is causing. Like, this is the exact drive I showed in that clip I just sent to someone. If you want to watch in 4K, you need to be in Google Chrome or have the WMF HEVC enabled flag in Firefox. The codec only shows up in Chrome and Firefox if you enable it. All right, so we are going to reformat our drive. I'm going to call it PS2 instead of OPL. We're in exFAT. Yeah, format it. All good. We're going to make sure our block size is correct. 512. CD. DVD. Maybe it's trying to load Maybe it's trying to load all the art, and that's why it takes so long. Like if it is reading the drive. That doesn't make sense if it can't read the drive, though. We'll do rule of rows. Why not? Put those in DVD. And I want Crash Route the Cortex in CD. So we'll just omit the themes and everything for now and make sure that this works. I swear if it was because I named it OPL, I'm going to cry. Oh, you all are just watching the... That's fine. You don't need to... You've seen it like 100 times in the stream. Alright, booting the PlayStation back up. OPL. I am curious how much faster it would be running, if it would be any faster running OPL off the flash drive. I just don't know why it takes so long. Twitch encoding is a bit better than YouTube's IMHO. Yeah, I mean, YouTube's everything you send to them. Like, you can send crazy high bit rates to them, but everything is being processed and transcoded again before it gets to the viewer. Whereas with Twitch, you get the direct stream. So in many cases, Twitch high quality encoding is going to look a lot better than YouTube now, which is like a first. I guess not a first if you were running low bit rate, but I have to admit, I expected to be playing Champions of Norath on stream today. Like, I thought the guide part would be, like, quick, and I'd just be playing Champions of Norath. And I don't think we're even going to have time for me to actually play today. So that sucks. Ironically, after doing all this, I was going to play it in PCSX2. But that's fine. Yeah, I feel like it did not take this long to load OPL when I did it the first time. I don't know what's going on. To me, that is part of the red flag of something not working. It still just doesn't see it at all. All right, I'm going to do something dumb. I'm going to reboot it with the free McBoot in the second slot, which is what I did in that video. I'm gonna be so livid if something just went wrong, like, with the drive and it's not gonna be detected anymore when it worked like 24 hours ago. While that's loading, I'm gonna spot check a guide video, the only one that exists. Macho Nachos, just to be clear. I just want to see what his filter structure look like to make sure I'm not crazy.
And populated for you. Start mode and change that to auto. You'll want to do the same for USB as well if it isn't already set to it. This may require you to reset the console to enable these settings if you don't see the changes right away. Anyway, once you see your list of games, you're all set. Here you can assign. Now one thing.
Okay, here's the part in the video.
Thing that I forgot to capture was that you do need to create two folders on the hard drive.
Yeah.
One labeled
CD
DVD and
DVD.
the other labeled CD.
Yep.
All your CD-based game ISO files.
That's it. That's
that are less than 800 megabytes.
I'm not crazy. This is exactly what I just did. Are those headphones the Bear Dynamic 770s? These are the DT990 Pro X's, the new ones. All right, I'm gonna reboot my PlayStation after this. I hate that this is what I'm getting stuck on now, because this was the easy method. Literally 2 minutes worth of video I sent to a buddy on how to do this. It works that easy. I don't know what is happening right now. So what if I run ulaunch elf and launch it? Like, is that copy of OPL busted? Like, what if I just run this one? Is it going to be any different? Regardless, this is the method. I can't tell you why it's not working. I could try it again on the 1 terabyte since we don't need that anymore. I just wanted to use the 2 terabyte for my games. I guess I don't need 2 terabytes PS2 games loaded up. I'm gonna go ahead and plug it into the computer in case this doesn't work. Two terabytes sounds overkill. It's not though. Most games are like 2 to 8 gigabytes, so it adds up quick. And if you want a ton of games open for like testing and comparisons and stuff like I do, it becomes valuable. Alright, we're at BDM games. So our settings are different, I think. No, they're not. Yeah, this just doesn't want to work. That's so weird. I do not know. All right, we're going to try this other drive. I don't know how to explain it. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go to this PC. We're going to go to Manage. Disk Management. We're going to initialize with GPT. We're going to make a new simple volume. I'm going to call it PS2. It's going to be exFAT. Default allocation size. Finish. Yeah, the DT990s are literally open back headphones. That would be why. All right, system, information, components, storage, disks. 1 terabyte, 512 byte sector size. All right. DVD. CD. Watch, this one's gonna work first try for no reason. Not gonna bother copying anything else to it right now. While we're here, we can go ahead and try to make... Oh no, our PS2's off. Okay. We'll make our free McBoot MemCardPro memory card in a minute. Alright, files are copied. Safely remove. It could be even something even stupider, like the flakiness of my adapter or something. That would be really annoying. Give me just a second. Freaking loan offer spam. I'm waiting on a call about a roof repair, so I thought it was for that. Alright. OPL. Actually. No, I'm not going to bother you, Launch Elf. I was curious if you Launch Elf could browse the hard drive, but I don't think it can. So we're on a new hard drive, formatted the same way. Settings. Cache is off. Block devices are on auto. What the hell? What in the actual hell? It's that easy. So literally the steps are format your drive as exFAT, drop the games in the CD and DVDs folder, and run the new OPL. I cannot possibly explain why it didn't work the first time. Wait a minute. Do you see that? There's 2 pages of hard drive games here. Was that a thing before? Is that the problem? No, because I was trying to go over to... Did it not? No. I used some of the same games. Okay. We know this works. I'm going to switch drives. It literally worked that easy. That's how it was supposed to do it the first time. That's how it worked every time I've done this. Something about this hard drive got messed up, or I just have the worst freaking luck on the planet, which with tech stuff is very often the case. Very, very often the case. After this, I'm going to show you how to make a free McBoot MemCardPro. And I'll run to the restroom. And then we'll play a game. If this drive doesn't work, that's fine. I'll give up on it for now. I can't explain it, but Yeah, I don't like that it takes you to BDM games. Like, that's not supposed to be default. I changed that to hard drive a couple times. Yeah, it just really doesn't like this hard drive for some reason. Yeah, there's not that second menu. Super weird. Okay. I'm gonna put the game I wanted to play on this drive. Your SVCR's here. Hell yeah. And you can see here by running OPL, we now have all the folders we needed for it, so we didn't need to make it on our own. I'm going to run to the restroom, which means I'm going to go ahead and queue up the transfers I wanted. So I'm going to put DVD in here. And I'm going to put the art in the art folder. And the themes in here. I'm going to run to the restroom while those copy. We'll test the game and make my damn memory card. I can't explain why the 2 terabytes stopped working. I don't think anyone can at this point. I'll be right back, and we'll play a little bit of game. It's getting late, but I can play a little bit. Okay, hello. Frame rate. Come back, frame rate. There we go. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Still waiting on the last little bit of the art to copy here. I am so excited. Like, this is finally done for me. I can use the footage from this stream for my tutorial so I don't have to do it again. I will redo the free HDD boot way for the tutorial, since that 2 terabyte drive is just not going to work. But I am very excited that this is working. I had no idea you could use the MemCardPro with the Grim Doomer build. Like, that was the whole reason I was avoiding the Grim Doomer build. Just lots of possibilities opening in front of my... Excuse me! Whew! In front of my eyes here. It's crazy how long it takes to copy 3 gigabytes of images when they're all just teeny tiny PNGs. Left a link in Discord to the TrueNAS forum about changing logical sector size. Well, I will be sure to link that in the description for the guide. I don't think I'll bother, like, learning it myself, but I will definitely link it for those that want to explore it. But yeah, like I said, I've done tutorials on this for years. Like, I think my oldest one is still up on the main channel. If we can scroll, yeah, 9 years ago, not 10. No, I think it was 2014. Was it 2015? It was 2015. Okay, so 9 years ago. But I had a really old guide on doing this with WinHip and the whole ordeal. But again, you're very limited with this old method. You're very limited on drive size, and you're using all of these old school images that come pre-configured that to me just get funky, and copying the files are really slow. You can see here I'm doing this on Windows 7. Using it on modern Windows versions continues to get, like, funky. But basically what happens is every time I find a way to do it, I use it for a little bit and then discover there's a better way to do it, undo my entire setup, and go back to just playing discs. But then whenever I want to play ROMs, I get really annoyed, so I'm stoked to have, like, the definitive guide, because this process won't change very much moving forward, and to be done with it, and to have mine set up, and all of that. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. I expected to spend, like I said, I expected to spend most of today just game streaming. I expected this to speed through, but these are, like, my favorite kinds of streams. They're really slow paced. They're probably not super interesting to you all, but getting to work through these kinds of rabbit holes that, like I said, if I were doing this purely for the video without streaming it, I probably would have given up on a few other points and been like, okay, I need to focus my work towards something more productive, and it would have delayed ever getting this done. For example, like the image I originally made to share, I had a whole custom image built. I was going to share it out. It had all the art and themes loaded up, which technically violates, you know, whatever. Probably not good for copyright and stuff. I had all that built and then realized, you know, these other ways were starting to be developed pretty quickly, and decided to wait and put off that video for 4 more years. Have a good night, Specs. So I'm very excited to, like, actually get through this, and what I'm building up to is, like, my ultimate PlayStation. Like, I've got the Retro Gem mod. I'm going to do the Noctua fan swap. I'm going to do a PSU replacement for USB-C power supply, I think. If I'm using this PlayStation as a base, I need to get the drive repaired or either swap it out. I've heard people say they've swapped out their drives before, their DVD drives, and then the drive didn't work anymore, which doesn't make sense. Like, it should just work if you swap same PlayStations, but I need to swap the DVD drive because this one's kind of acting funky. And then at some point, I want a custom shell. The custom shell market is a mess right now. Every once in a while, there's a cool translucent one, and then they go off the market. There are people now making cool custom translucent shells for the original Xbox and for a bunch of other consoles consoles, I'm waiting for them to catch back up to PS2. Come full circle again. USB-C, ugh, you nasty. I only say that because my personal PlayStation, before I got a bunch of extra ones for the mods and stuff, my personal one, the PSU died. I accidentally left it on for like a week because I had it on in the background when I was shooting video, and I turned off the TV for it, but apparently never turned it off. And I was like, whoa, it's still on. That's amazing. And then I went to play like 2 days later and was loading into a game, and it just turned off and never came back on. And so I'm thinking, okay, these power supplies are not going to last forever. 3D printing is still not good enough in terms of quality for not really, especially to do stuff that big. Like, you're gonna have seams, you're gonna have the layer lines you gotta smooth out and sand or whatever, and especially for something you're trying to do translucent with the intricacies of the details of the shell. If I wanted to do something like the super portable PS2 that like Macho Nacho did, that one's like resin printed. I could pull that off. I mean, I wouldn't print it, I would order it from like PCBWay or whatever. But if I pull that up, sanding ASMR. Yeah. This isn't the video about the mod, but he's got this super tiny, I think it started with a PS2 Slim, and then he hacked up the motherboard and put it in this tiny case. And then is using the MX4 SIO to load games from instead of the SSD. Like, look at that tiny PS2. It's beautiful. Like, it's amazing. But I want to be able to play discs, and I don't want to run games off the MX4 SIO. I want it to be discs and the SSD. And so while that's amazing, and I would love to have that in my house or like a secondary gaming location, I don't want it to be my main kit because I love my real games. I'm just one of those weirdos. I've collected them for this long. I'm going to keep playing them. So I hope someone... I'm going to do another ridiculous Google search. I hope someone comes up with a new shell for it. Transparent PS2 shell. If I do translucent, no one... They're not technically transparent. But if I do translucent, no one has one. Like, they exist. They have been made before. But they don't get made often now. Yeah, this is from 9 years ago. Like, the cases exist. But finding them these days is just virtually impossible. Oh yeah, there was this one store. I emailed them like last year. There's this one store that had these cases. This is clearly an ancient shop page. I emailed them. I was like, is there any way you're going to get another one of these? Never heard back. I mean, look at that. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Changed it back in 2015. Only 20 bucks for the shell. Can't find them. Like, they don't exist. They don't exist. They just got erased off the market. There are some, like, crappy AliExpress PS2 Slim ones. But only for the Slim. Oh my god. Yeah, see, this is my dream one. And someone was trying to sell it for $555 for a shell for a console. And I bet someone bought it. I bet it's not even there anymore. I do have the blue one. Oh no, it's still up. And I bet it's got that real cheap plastic feel too. But $500 for some plastic. So I will pull up, we're ejecting our SSD. I'm going to switch back to just chatting real quick as we swap on over. I do have this PS2. This is a Japanese PlayStation 2. It's in a sort of translucent blue shell. It's the one that was in the other eBay listing. The seller, because it shipped to me from Japan. It's got some like spider eggs in it I gotta clean out. The seller put a bunch of filter vents on it. I guess they were a smoker or something, and it's grateful. I'm grateful that they did that so I could get the smoke out, but I gotta pull these off and then get rid of all the adhesive. It's got these weird filter vents. But this is fairly pretty. So as long as the Japanese and North American consoles function similarly, theoretically I could use this shell and transplant everything into it. However, you will notice on the back. Oh, never mind. I was going to say the expansion port's covered up. It's not. So theoretically I could do all the mods I want to do, transfer the North American build into here. Or theoretically, since FreeMcBoot and everything bypasses region locking, I wouldn't even have to replace the motherboard stuff. But part of me just wants to go with a custom shell and like swap out and like leave the original stuff alone. I have some really cool shells for other consoles. Some shells are different. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm missing one of these boxes, but I got a couple from Retro is Cool. Like I said, I'm missing one. I have another one of these somewhere, but I have translucent purple PlayStation 1 shell. This is what I'm going to do, like a full X Station mod and everything. Or maybe not X Station, whatever the better alternative is. And then I've got... And the company that's doing the new Xbox ones, I have one of those on pre-order. And then I've got this cool green sparkly Dreamcast. And I want to do a retro gem in that, and I think I have a Terra Onion mode for it. But it's like impossible to find good PS2 stuff. Alright, anyway. We're gonna load this up. And I'm going to show you the FreeMcBoot memory card thing. So the manufacturer does not do PS2 cases. Correct. They might expand to it at some point, but currently they do not offer them. Alright, so if we want to make a FreeMcBoot memory card as our default PC, our default MemCardPro memory card, we have to do a couple things. We need to navigate to our MemCardPro UI, which I have since closed. We are here. Reload. We need to go to our card browser. We need to make a new PS2 memory card. We're going to call this FreeMcBoot. FreeMcBoot. We're going to say that is the boot card. All right, now we're going to go back to our settings, and we're going to turn back on... Actually, we don't want load last card on power up. Perfect. So it is just the boot memory card. That is all we want. It is going to boot to that one. So that should be the one that's currently booted. Okay. So we do that. And then back on our PlayStation, we need to run the FreeMcBoot installer, which is going to be on our flash drive. It's probably buried on this memory card somewhere. Either way, we're going to run ulaunch elf. You're not seeing this. We're gonna run uLaunch Elf on the PS2 from the memory card. I'm gonna check real quick and see if the installer is on here somewhere. I don't think it is. Yeah, for some reason I don't think it came with it. Which is fine. We've put it on our flash drive. FreeMcBoot installer. We're gonna run it. Interestingly, there's a FreeMcBoot installer with exFAT. I want to look that up real quick. Why would it? Oh, because you can run external drives with exFAT. Oh. It just allows you to install it from USB drives that are booted into exFAT. That's weird. It has nothing to do with your core hard drive. Alright, irrelevant. Anyway. So we're going to run the normal FreeMcBoot installer. Now you want to make extra sure you're on that FreeMcBoot memory card in your MemCardPro, because this installer will erase the memory card that's selected in your MemCardPro. That is what we have on. Let's check our options here. We don't need anything here. Yeah, we're good. All right, so we are going to install. We are going to slot 1, which is where my MemCardPro is, and the MemCardPro is set to the FreeMcBoot memory card, virtual memory card I just made. Slot 1. Continue. Now you get the option of doing just the type of PS2 you have or all PS2s. I'm going to say every PS2. That way I can move it to all my PS2s. And it's going to install. And then from now on, your MemCardPro will boot your PlayStation, whatever PlayStation you plug it into FreeMcBoot without needing that special memory card or any other homebrew. And then you can either launch stuff from external drives or boot to your hard drive in OPL, and then it will switch to the game ID memory card automatically when you launch a game. Super freaking powerful. Saves you a whole bunch of devices in one. And theoretically, you could skip this step and download a FreeMcBoot virtual memory card file. So you have that option available to you too. I will show how to do that in the video, even though I don't show it. I'm not going to bother showing it in the stream. But this way I get to keep my personal MemCardPro in my PlayStation. I get to use the exFAT drive so I can manage my files whenever I want. Super fast, super easy. And I don't need anything else. All right, we're going to reboot the PS2 one more time. And we can try running a game from OPL. I'm going to take out the FreeMcBoot memory card. All right, memory card removed. Will you cover what extra hardware is necessary? Yeah, like I did it at the start of the stream. I will absolutely cover it through in the video again, because you don't need a whole lot. All right, so now we are booted from FreeMcBoot on the MemCardPro. We're going to load OPL. Oh, we don't want to do that yet, because we installed FreeMcBoot, but now we got to replace the OPL again. Balls. All right, uLaunch Elf. File browser. Flash drive, we want to copy OPL over to our FreeMcBoot memory card. Into the boot folder. Oh. Into the apps folder? Aha! So it installed differently than my memory card is set up. That's interesting. So we're going to override whatever OPL was installed by the FreeMcBoot installer. And then we'll just go ahead and run it. I mean, no reason to reboot from here. Feels illegal to have a micro SD card slot on an old console, right? Right? That's what makes it amazing. And I got them on PS1, PS2, and GameCube. All right. All right, everything is turned off because none of our settings are set up now. So we need to go turn on BDM start mode again, onto auto, block devices, hard drive on. I want MX4 SIO on. You want hard drive on. Applications on. And default menu should be hard drive games. Back. Save changes. We can worry about themes and stuff later. Actually, we'll set up a theme real quick. Save to MC0. Display setting. We liked the... Let's try purple grape. Video mode. I want 1080i. Boom. Widescreen. Yep. Okay. Yeah. This one does not have cover art. Darn it. That's fine. You get the idea. We have our games here. Now we're going to launch a game. And ideally, it will make a new memory card for it. Boom. Champions of Norath. Let's go. And we are in a Champions of Norath memory card profile on the MemCardPro. We did it, chat. We did it. Only took us 3.5 freaking hours. I can play this for a tiny bit today. We're going to make a new card slot for this. And I'm going to move this save file back and forth between the emulator and the console whenever we play on stream. But we are, like, legitimately going to play this. All right. We're going to... I don't think there's any options worth considering. Oh yeah, blood on. PS2 had some beautiful graphics. Alright. We're going to start a new game. This is Champions of Norath. If you've never seen this, this is an EverQuest licensed version of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. This is a Diablo-like game, dungeon crawler, ARPG. It is a lot of fun. You can play up to 4 players and I think up to 8 online, or at least you could connect 4 online. Can't really do that these days. You have different difficulty modes, but you actually need higher level characters complete before you can play them, which is crazy. This game does not support progressive scan. You can force it with patches in PCSX2, but on official hardware, it does not support it.
Thank you for answering my call in what may be our darkest hour.
Our darkest hour.
The unthinkable has happened. Orcs and goblins, once mortal enemies, have now become allies and attacked our beloved home in Fadewar. Even as we speak, they move through Feydark Forest unopposed. They have pillaged our home, Kelethin, and put our love...
Let me know how the audio balance is, by the way. It has a beautiful soundtrack. I've been trying to get the soundtrack on CD for years and years now, like 15 years. It was only released in a limited bundle in Europe.
Only the beginning. If Feydark falls, then so falls Fadewar, and then these beasts will have all of Norath by the throat. This is not a battle we are fighting. It is a war.
And it's one we must win.
Many brave fighters have fallen, and many more are dying in the forests below. To win this war, I need more than soldiers with a will to fight. I need heroes, men and women of strength and bravery, who can turn aside this tide of hate.
I think I might borrow this game from a friend. Yeah.
All of Norath.
It's got a sequel too that adds tons more content.
Who amongst you will take up the sword?
And this game engine is beautiful. Beautiful water effects, beautiful particles. I wish I could get new games in this engine now, or like a mod manager for it where I could build my own levels. I know this part isn't super impressive, but... Alright. I always have issues when having audio on speakers, no clue why. Voice is fine, but games are always low on stream. Don't know. Alright, so I want to be... You have a bunch of different races and classes that you can pick from. Elf clerics, erudite wizards. I want to be a dark elf shadow knight.
Let the beatings begin. Who wants it?
Get to choose tattoos. Hairstyles. Hair colors. Boom. And then you get assigned ability scores. Music gets kind of loud. These do not make a huge difference overall. Stamina gives you health. Intelligence is great for spells, and strength is for melee. Dexterity is only good for rangers. Stamina matters most. Stamina and strength matter most up front, since you don't have a whole lot of spells at first. But you can get stuff later on that will boost your intelligence. But I'm gonna go ahead and do a little something like that. Because you get a bunch of spells, but later on, you can get stuff that boosts intelligence anyway. No Night Elf Mohawk, sad face. I love this hair. It's ridiculous. Alright, we're done. Boom.
Ah, a welcome sight indeed.
My heart rejoices.
If nothing else, I am wealthy in friends. But I warn you, the road ahead will not be an easy one. You may think the enemy nothing more than a rabble of ill-disciplined orcs and goblins. Do not be deceived. These beasts are treacherous, and they are led by an orc who is bigger, stronger, and more cunning than any I have ever met. His presence alone whips these orcs and goblins into the army that cuts its way towards us even now. But if someone...
No 2 hours character editor. I know.
Or to carry the battle to this orc chieftain, then perhaps our fortunes could...
Limited options here, but it does reflect your armor and stuff as you unlock it. Or like pick it up, loot it. It is like Diablo in that way.
What his plans are, and if possible, defeat him. You will need supplies and weapons for the coming battle. Visit our shopkeeper, Nenmar. I have instructed him to provide you with whatever you need for a fair price.
This is a game that could absolutely benefit from progressive scan because all these little fine textures with interlacing get kind of funky.
Let
But
the meetings begin. Who wants it?
like I said, on original hardware, you do not get that option. We could play around with trying to force it in GSM, but I've never had good luck with that, like ever. You got cool glows on stuff. The fire effects are very beautiful. Other particles will start to look really good as well. You got object physics for like barrels of stuff. The lift is off limits. Yeah, we gotta fight all the orcs and goblins that are up here. And all we have is a sword. We can pull up a map. Put that up there. The shopkeeper won't talk to us until we kill some stuff. Oh, yes he will. Okay. We have 500 gold to start. Unfortunately, it does not let you compare what you have. I happen to know ours is like 7 to 9 damage. And we sure as hell don't have gold to buy anything worthwhile here. Which is fine. You can use gate scrolls to go back to town. You got typical combat or Diablo-like 7-11, yeah. Inventory management here, health potions, mana potions, stat page, quest log, skill tree. Pick up stuff as you drop it, just like in Diablo. Sure, that's the retro tink pulling the yoga pants effect. Something like that. Alright, we already got ourselves a shield to start off, and that is now our home portal for this area. Fast travel. Go ahead and save. Oh, our date is not set in our PlayStation, so it's going to say it's the year 2000, unfortunately. We'll have to fix that later. Because it reflects the date you save on here, which is awesome. Like if I go here, it uses, yeah, July 17th, 2000. I love it. I don't remember the block button. Already using up my potions because I'm trying to figure out my block button. This is very Diablo 2. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance ones are fun because they're set in D&D Baldur's Gate, but they are way more simplified than Champions of Norath. 7 to 12, that's two-handed. Attack bonus 9, not really worth it right now. Alright. I'm gonna stick with slashing weapons for this build. Thanks, Andy. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Hope see you in the future ones. Alright, we have leveled up. Got our first level under our belt. We get more ability points. Go ahead and do that. We get to put a skill point towards something. I'm going to do slashing weapons here. And look at the particle effects, the fire, like really good rendering there. The water effects when you run through water and stuff is really cool too. You passively heal over time if you're not being damaged, otherwise you gotta use health potions. You can catch on fire. Rip. Alright, R1 is block. This is one of those games where blocking kinda seems pointless sometimes because it's just time you could spend attacking and you can get hit from behind. Which sucks. Already got another save point. It does autosave checkpoints in case you die, as well as manual saves for when you turn it off. It's a lot of fun. These with the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance games are some of my favorite games of all time. I just wish, like I said, we could get more in this engine. I'd love like a full sprawn out level editor. Like the ROM hacking tools we have for Pokemon Gen 3, I realize that the scope of those games are entirely different. But like I would kill to have those kinds of tools for these games where I get like a map editor, a script editor for events and characters. I think that would be incredible. Obviously that is high in the sky. You get a freaking mouse cursor? Like what? 7, 7. Same armor. Oh, I'm getting messed up. Let me heal. Let me heal. Two goblins remain. One goblin remains. That one got caught on fire. That is hilarious. He just walked right into the fire. You can have enemies like shoot each other and stuff. It's awesome. It's gotta be over here, right? Yeah. What are you doing by yourself there, bud? Alright. Safe to use the elevator. Very old school style. Everything's mostly in text. You just get a little bit of voiceover. Character has some voices. And all this is quietly running off our SSD instead of a disk. I'm gonna save here again. I over obsess over my saving just because I lose progress a lot in games. I feel like I got more loot when I played through this yesterday. It kind of sucks. Alright. Like, I don't have any other slashing weapons. When I played yesterday, I got like 3 new slashing weapon upgrades. And some armor upgrades. This feels really like I got cheated. Already got a weapon little upgrade module. That's cool. Alright. Enter shop. Sell? Yep. Sell, 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 sell. And sell? Well, we might be able to buy something. 7 to 11 is our damage now. Yeah, we can't afford anything of value. Okay. 9 shields for that. Okay. That's an upgrade. 13. Nope. Yeah, let's do that. That is a big spend. We're naked on our pants. That's fine. But see how it reflects what you're actually wearing? And it shows it in the game too. Like that's awesome for a PS2 game to me. Alright, I'm gonna save. We're gonna call it quits here. I just wanted to make sure this was all working well. I'm gonna show you how to pull your save off your MemCardPro real quick. Just in case I want to include that in the video, but super appreciate y'all hanging out with me. We'll definitely do more of these soon. This was an awesome stream, as frustrating as the processes were. Like, this is my favorite kind of stream. Alright. So the game's saved, so I'm gonna switch on over here. Back in our MemCardPro menu. It reflects that we are on the Champions of Norrath memory card. We can enable auto cloud backups, which is pretty cool. It will sync to our Google Drive. That is a cool option. At no point does it list where you can... This is one of those things. It says that, and nowhere is there anywhere to link a Google Drive account. So I have to look in the documentation again for that. But you can go here, enable the FTP server, save. If you don't want to pull the card out and put it in your system, you can then use an FTP client, or we could just try... I think that'll work. That did not go anywhere at all. Alright, we will get FileZilla real quick. FileZilla is a free FTP application. Just want the portable version. There it is. Open. I'm going to put that in my portable apps folder. FileZilla. You have a couple of tabs there. You think? Of course I do. I'm also going to Google MemCardPro Google Drive. I don't have access to the manual right now. I got to find it. Yep, there's just no public documentation. And that's just really disappointing. Alright, so FileZilla. The cloud backup would be cool, but if, you know, whatever. Alright. So our 192.168.131. Oh, they do publish the user manual now? Did they finally get rid of the QR code? Yep. Sick. And notice it's not hosted on their website. It's on a QR code generator website. That's really annoying. All right. Google Drive Cloud. I don't think the cloud backup's even covered in the user manual. So how the F do you use it? Anyway, we're going to try this. I don't know what port it's using. And quick connect. Nope. It's not using port 21. So who knows? Let's search FTP. Oh, that one's documented. Yeah. Ah, gotta manually power cycle that one. Okay, we're gonna power cycle the PlayStation. I guess that makes sense. Maybe that'll give us the Google Drive option too. Okay. It is booted back into Wi-Fi, so refresh. Nope, there is nothing about linking a Google Drive account. Super bizarre. Quick connect. Hey, nice. Okay, so here, if we enable FTP, then we can easily just log in, find our memory cards. The game ID ones are going to be listed by game name, and then you can pull the MC2 files off, which you can immediately use in like an emulator. I don't remember which game ID is Champions of Norath. So we're going to pull these two. I'm going to put them in my downloads folder. It's going to take a second. You can do it. I believe in you. Wow. Very reliable. It can't connect anymore. Why not? What happened? Timeout. Seriously? Abort connection. Try again. Connection works. It disconnects when you try to actually transfer files. Is it because I'm doing folders? What if I delete all these existing transfers? Process queue. I had an American save and I managed to convert it to a European one. Did you ever need to do that? I have not needed to do that. Yeah, so FTP doesn't seem to work. I can enable cloud backup, but there is absolutely nothing about how to feed it my Google account. Like, yeah, I'll figure that out later. I'm gonna go post in the Reddit, be pretty angry about it. Thanks for hanging out in today's stream. This was an amazing stream. I super appreciate you all. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I will be turning all this into a much, much more concise guide as soon as I can, although we're busy basically all weekend. Hope you enjoyed. Remember to be kind. Rewind. See you.